Welcome to the Clash Masters presented by Rush.GG. I'm Carbon Finn, joined here with Lady B, and it is now the playoffs. Yes, we are getting one step closer. It's the final 3 days, and at the end of it, we will be giving away a golden ticket to be joining X Team in the World Finals for Clash of Clans for this year of 2022. Lady B, I am so excited for today. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm very excited as well, considering we're not only giving away a golden ticket, but we're also giving away big prizes, which we'll talk about later. But, you know, we've got some massive teams going at it. And why don't we take a look at the tournament format itself and how we're going to be going about this for today. So we are in our playoff stage, which has a group stage. So there are going to be 2 different group stages, Group A and Group B, which each have 4 teams. This will be double elimination, and from each of those groups, 2 teams will advance on into the finals. So this is 3 days of Clash action. And then for the finals, we've got 4 teams facing off in single elimination, but the semifinals and finals are a best of 2 matches. So there's going to be a lot of exciting stuff. And I did mention the prizes that are in store, not just the golden ticket. So why don't we take a look at what we have in prizes, especially for that golden ticket winning team.
Yes, indeed. Let's do just that. As you see on the screen, first place taking home $10,000. It's a $25,000 prize pool for the playoffs alone, and you get that coveted golden ticket. You'll see, still make some money being all the way from 2nd through 8th place, and 2nd, not too bad at $6,000, but it's a big jump being first place, especially having that golden ticket where you don't have to worry about having to compete in other tournaments to try to secure that golden ticket and make it to the World Finals, because, you know, that is what these teams want to do here. And talking about the teams, we have some here today and tomorrow that are going to be in 2 different groups. You mentioned that they're going to be split and they're going to be competing on different days, and then they're going to work their way to make it to the final stage, which is going to be on Sunday. You're not going to want to miss that. But today we're going to have Group A, but we're going to have Group B come tomorrow. So let's take a look at Group B first so we can see the teams that will be tomorrow, and then we'll show you exactly who's going to be today.
Yeah, so for tomorrow, just to get you a little ramped up and hyped up, who are you going to get to see? You will get to see Vitang facing off against Vanguard Gaming, and you get to see Cutie Fen versus Badzinger. But you can see the full bracket here, what we were talking about in the tournament format, how it is double elimination. So we have the upper bracket. If you lose in the upper bracket, you wind up in the lower bracket from each of those, facing off against each other with the opportunity to face off the loser in the upper bracket final. So that's going to give you the opportunity to advance on, and that's how we'll get our teams. But why don't we take a look as well at Group A? I think this is what everyone is waiting for, and we've got one heck of a match lineup.
Yeah, the first match as well that's going to be today for Group A is none other than what people could expect to be like a grand finals match, and that is going to be Strut taking on Queen Walkers in the very first round here. And then we have another amazing matchup, which is going to be MS Sports taking on Marcos Gaming. And you see, this is the matchup today. We're going to have 5 wars that are going to find out the 2 teams that advance to Sunday. And then tomorrow, again, there's going to be another set of 5 wars for those teams, as it's going to be the upper bracket finals, and then the full-on lower bracket. And that's going to get you the 2 teams there. And oh my goodness, if you lose that first match, you're not out of it. You still have a chance to advance and try to make it to the finals. And that's the really nice thing, is you don't have to worry about it has to be all or nothing in it. But we're taking a look at MVPs for week 4, and that's going to be Team Strut. Look at their performance there. 7-0 in the LCQ play-ins record. Only 3 stars missed overall, and they had 0 qualification points prior to the last chance qualify, so they really stepped it up.
They did. I think when it came down to it, they knew they needed to fight for this. And sometimes that's where you see their strength, but they've got some stiff competition with Queen Walker Stephanie that they have to face off against today. I think this is a match that everybody is waiting for. And Strut is going to have to be on their toes because we have seen some fearsome action coming in from Queen Walker Stephanie, not only offensively, but defensively. They have stepped up their game. And I don't think they're going to be holding back today at all. It is much easier to advance on through the upper bracket because you waste less bases, burn through less of them. But we'll have to see. I know that the teams themselves, Carbon, tend to like this double elimination bracket. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I definitely think they enjoy it. They like having that second opportunity. And in case one small thing goes wrong, they still have that second chance to try to make it back, because that's kind of what the last chance qualifier was essentially, right? It's kind of a backup option. If you're not able to make it through the qualifiers and you can't get those points, you still have a chance to make it in. And that's exactly how Strut made it here, because I'm sure a lot of people were surprised Strut did not even make it into the qualifiers to get those points there. And they would not have an opportunity to make it here if it wasn't for that last chance qualifier. So they're having this opportunity. You know that all the viewers at home are just absolutely loving this first match to kick off the Clash Masters playoffs.
And we absolutely have to highlight the fact that Queen Walker Stephanie was the ranked #1 team through the actual qualifiers. So they played, I think they played twice and were able to take that top spot, walking away with $2,500. So they're looking to earn more out of this as well and continue to stay on top. But we'll have to wait and see if anyone can knock them down. And we have these 3 amazing days in order to find that out. But after the end of today, we're going to find our first 2 teams that will advance on, as you mentioned before. And then tomorrow we'll get to see the second 2 teams before the finals on Sunday. But why don't we take a look at the rosters of what we have for this first matchup? So we do have Queen Walkers, and Queen Walker Stephanie does have a little bit of a different lineup from what we're used to seeing previously. I know a lot of people have noticed that we have Kazuma in it, in place for Stadra, but he's been there for a while now.
I see Stadra's picture for Kazuma, so we should replace Kazuma's picture there. But yeah, there is Kazuma that's in the roster for Queen Walker Stephanie as well. But yeah, this is just a massive lineup here that you know that anyone going up against is going to be having their eye on. And I think the only way to beat Queen Walker Stephanie is to put up a perfect war and hope that they make one small fail, or you just beat them on time.
Yeah, you know, but we have seen occasionally that Queen Walker Stephanie can wind up with lower scoring wars. There are teams that have been able to hold them back. We'll have to see what Strut defenses are going to be like. And speaking of, why don't we take a look at Strut's roster and who they're bringing today? I have a feeling I know exactly who it's going to be. And yes, it is the usual suspects. We've got Astbom, Yo-Yo23, Mask, and Tryhard looking to take down the Queen Walkers. But this is going to not only be an epic battle, it is going to be a very difficult one at that.
Oh, it's going to be incredibly difficult as well. You know that these players are ready to go at this stage, and they've been putting in a lot of effort, and they know their opponents very well. They have faced each other many times through other tournaments and leagues, and this is the opportunity to try to get that coveted golden ticket, because the last 2 years, Strut, the players, kind of the team, Alter Attacks, and Strut, aka switching the name, they were able to get the golden ticket those 2 previous years, and they kind of were able to relax at this point where they didn't have to worry about trying to compete a little bit later. But now the pressure kind of is on, and it's only the second golden ticket kind of being offered, so there's still a lot more opportunity to try to get more. But still, if Strut's not able to make and get the golden ticket for this one, you know, they're going to start to be like, oh, you know, we start to pick it up there. But hey, there's a lot of opportunity to still get it, even if it's not in this Clash Masters. You know, that's what exactly they're trying to do here.
Yeah, and I think from what we've seen, Strut has definitely felt the pressure. You can see that their performance, in some of these tournaments has not been up to what people would expect it to be, knowing how they go. And a lot of that is the same for many of the other bigger teams who do get streamed quite a bit. Even Queen Walkers has been subject to that as well. So this is where we really need to see how they face off against each other. You mentioned these are two teams that know each other very well. They faced off in the 2020 World Championships where Strut did win the title, but Queen Walkers came in as vice world champs. And then last year, Strut got knocked out first day, and Queen Walkers took, again, second vice world champ to JX Tiger. So, we've got very equally paired up teams who have very stylish and just very clean and classic approaches that can somewhat be predictable. The one thing that I've noticed, though, is that Queen Walkers is staying more predictable, where Strut seems to be switching it up. So that's where Queen Walkers needs to be ready with those bases.
Yeah, and just trying to predict what Strut's going to come in with and their attacks is literally, I think it's impossible because they can do it all. And you just never know what you're going to get when Strut is going to attack your bases. And starting off is Gaku, who's hitting Yo-Yo 23. And typically with Gaku or the Queen Walkers, what they like to do is Gaku's usually one of the players that starts to go first, and he does indeed. He can bring anything that he wants, right? He knows exactly what he's doing. But a lot of times I do see a lot of dragon attacks, and he used to use some of the mass inferno dragons a while ago, but whatever works he thinks will take down the base, he will bring indeed. And Gaku with that free spell onto the scatter shot and an air defense as he's gonna push his way through, not dropping this blimp just yet. He's gonna probably drop it soon. There it is. Eventually, I was going to be worried because you're going to have to make your way all the way across to the town hall, and that single target inferno is pretty close to it.
Yeah, and I do like that he used that freeze because it allowed him to hold off this warden ability to get that blimp in there safe enough and sound. And I'm curious to see, we do have the Yetis. When you see the Town Hall with a single targeting Inferno, this is such a great combination to take down because you're taking down the single, which is really huge damage to the dragons and drag riders. So it's very valuable to know what you're bringing in to make the most out of this. And we, of course, rely on our heroes to actually surround the base on the outskirts and do the work. So that Queen does need to be protected by the King, which she has been so far, still has her ability. And we've got the Royal Champ, who's just coming in on the board and can come in and help with that scatter shot.
Yeah, that Royal Champion makes it to the enemy Queen as that skeleton spell helps provide a huge distraction. And look at these spells. 2 freezes, use it on the Archer Tower, air defense on the far right, Queen ability, Royal Champ ability, and Gaku gonna be starting this one off with a 3-star. Brilliant job there for the very first attack, taking down Yo-Yo's base. And this one, is going to be going back and forth, and you can't afford that one small mistake because that's going to cost you this war.
It would, and definitely great execution there. Exactly what you would expect from Gaku. Nice, clean cut, and very well planned out. Like I said, that freeze was smart. A lot of times we do see warden abilities going off early, but you do have to factor in the distance from when you're using your timing, your warden ability, and how deep you have to get in, plus whatever resistance is there that could pose threats, especially because there are traps along the way. So very smart move there from Gaku, and we'll have to see how Strut is going to respond to this. When you start off with a 3-star start as the the incoming team, you really do put the pressure on your opponent to have to perform. A 2-star would be really detrimental and could throw down the motivation, but we'll have to wait and see because Strut is very different than Queen Walkers in the fact that they don't have a particular order that they actually go in with. They tend to switch it up. So it's anyone's game who we can see coming in.
Yeah, if I was to predict who I would think might come in, it's impossible. Really, I don't even have a thought to think of who would be, but if I don't know, maybe Boom. I've seen sometimes, or at least when I've watched a lot of Strut Wars, it tends to be sometimes Boom who's the captain, and usually when he comes in and usually brings the 3 stars, that Strut is off to a fantastic start, and it's just incredible to see what Boom can even do if something goes wrong, right? Boom has definitely been in multiple scenarios where he has failed to get the value and he is able to still 3-star when you think it's impossible, but it's not going to be the captain for Strut. It's going to be Yo-Yo, who just got tripled from Gaku, and he's coming in with a ground attack. Because Yo-Yo, you know for sure, is known as almost a Lalo 23. He's one of the best air attackers in the game, but he's bringing the hybrid, the miners, the hog riders, to charge this queen into the town hall. He's going to have to drop a hog to pull his clan castle out early before he'll get in range of that single target Inferno.
Yeah, now we joke about Yo-Yo being Spammo 23 these days, but nice to see him switching it up with the hybrid, taking on the Town Hall first. Definitely a nice go at this. He does have to worry about the single targeting Inferno, so we might need to hold a freeze for it. But the nice thing about the position of this CC is that it holds the queen back from going through into that poison bomb, so he doesn't have to necessarily force a rage, though she is taking on quite a bit of damage, so does it anyway. Ooh, and nice Val coming in to take on that wizard tower, keeps the queen on focus, and now no worries about that poison bomb, and we can easily make our way through into the single.
Now one Coco Loon pulls 2 Seeking Air Mine, really protects this queen in towards the core of the space. He's gonna have to freeze up that single or makes her invisible as the hybrid comes straight into the Tesla farm, and that king is gonna be making his way to the scatter shot, pops his ability to grab this value as these miners are looking good. As I'm trying to see where the hogs are, they all get kind of sprung from the Tesla farm area as the miners are kind of left up here. Headhunters come in as he's trying to path his way to the bottom side of this base.
Yeah, this is looking okay, but the queen needs to hold on to this ability. If she can take the distraction of the scatter shot, this would be huge. Forces that ability so she stays alive. It does wind up refocusing, but we have this queen that we still have to worry about, and we need the Royal Champ to step up to the bat, help come in and cover this to take her down. He's got no heals left to go over, so he's relying on the heroes to do the majority of the work. Beautifully placed freeze holds off both the bomb tower and that scatter shot to give the Royal Champ the opportunity. Do still have to get through those skellies, but he's got the job done successfully, and Yo-Yo does finish this off with a 3-star here and matching Queen Walkers. So we've got a good match on our hands. This is the way we want to see these wars starting. We want to see every bit of power that these teams have and that these players are bringing into it, especially with not only the 10 grand on the line for first place, but that coveted golden ticket into the World Championships.
Yeah, we'll be finding out who's getting that golden ticket on Sunday, because we have Group A today and then Group B tomorrow, and there's 5 total wars each day. This is the first one, so if you're just joining, you haven't missed much. You only missed the first attack, which was Gaku, who also came in with a 3-star, and we're going to be finding out the 2 teams who's going to be advancing to Sunday today, and then 2 teams tomorrow, so they'll be leaving the final 4. That'll be coming in 2 days' time to find out who's getting that golden ticket to join X team, who is the first one waiting in the World's Finals. Can't wait for that, but you know, this matchup here, the next attacker, even more pressure. That's what's going to happen. More and more pressure is going to be stacking up against these attackers as they're going up against one another. Queen Walkers versus Strut. It's just an incredible matchup to see these players and these teams going head to head. And the next player for Queen Walker Stephanie, probably, we had a guess, is Kazuma? Maybe? Oh, yeah. I know for sure. Yuta always goes last.
Yeah, Yuta goes last. We know Klaus goes 4th. And I think they just switch it up between Gaku, Kazuma, and Stars. So, you know, I think Kazuma's probably a safe bet here. I think you and I both kind of got that maybe just a little bit right in sync. So let's see. And there you go. We got Kazuma coming in. Yes. And we've got some Queen Charge action with the log launcher, but bringing in the Lalo. So we are looking to go for some pretty deep dive action to actually clean up the space and clear it up. Now, because we are coming in from the opposite side of the town hall, I suspect we're going to see that Lalo coming in for the town hall, which means we would reserve that warden to come through. But Queen's not going on her targeted track for the Eagle, and this could mess things up quite a bit.
Yeah, he had to use the invisibility spell on the king to reroute him, but the queen never walked in towards his Eagle artillery, and he's waiting to drop these healers for his queen because definitely didn't want those healers to transfer off to his king. The log launcher's trying to take out the core multi-target Inferno. Isn't able to get it. Rocket Loot come. Oh my goodness, what? The one Rocket Loot pulls out a bunch of traps. But that queen is not going to path her way into the multi. And that multi looks to be staying up here.
Yeah, this is not going in Kazuma's way right now. We'll see if there's any chance of recovery, considering he does have the queen still alive and working her way through. But we do have 3 rages left, but the biggest problem in this is going to be the time factor. Queen charges can be extensive, but when you lose the value initially is where you slow down, and this could wind up being a time fail. What he's going to likely try and do is clean it up as much as possible, get the percent as high if he can't recover it. But again, he still has a Lalo to come into that Town Hall position, trying to make the best of an unfortunate situation here and keeping that queen going. But it is the multi that we worry about bringing in, but we do still have the Royal Champ to come across. Likely had been held off for the scatter shot position, so we'll see if he adjusts it now that we have the Eagles still remaining.
Yeah, the nice thing is that the queen cleared the Tesla farm, so he doesn't have to worry, and he's taking the risk. He's going to have the Lalo with an awarded ability coming in over the Eagle artillery to protect the Hound over the air defense here. But he's going all out. He wants this queen to walk her way up to the Town Hall and then have this Lalo try to secure the bottom side.
Wow, this is absolutely insane. And he knows that the queen has the power. He's got that one final rage, her ability, the wall break to open it up. When we talk about beautiful recoveries, this is exemplary of it. 33 seconds left to go. The queen's going to have the time to take down the Town Hall, but will there be time to clean this up? Plus, with that multi that he's going through, he knows he doesn't stand a chance. We do have the Royal Champ as well, trying to make her way to the multi, getting as much percentage as possible. He's got an invisibility spell he can use as well, but time is not on his side, so we are looking at the first defense coming in. The question is, how much percent is it going to be by Carbon?
He's got a rage that he's not using with 5 seconds. Like, I would use it to speed things up. 4, 3, it might just be too late. And he was late on the invisibility. And maybe if he started the Lalo a little bit earlier, it would have been a 3-star. But Kazuma is gonna fall short there. And is that one fail for Queen Walker Stephanie going to be all the difference that Strut needs to take the advantage and not fold from that? Are they going to walk away with all 3 stars? Because that would be enough if Strut is able to do it. But if Strut falls short in their next attack or any attack later, they could bring it back and it could be all tied up again.
It could be. An 89% 2-star is not too far away from where you want to be overall. The 90% range is typically where you want to hit if you're in the 2-star range, because you really do put the pressure on your opponent to have to hit those stats. I mean, like when we see 97%, you're talking about almost like no-go. Like there's almost no room for failure, that you have to 3-star nothing. But an 89% does give a little bit of leeway, but I'm not discounting the defenses coming in from Queen Walker Stephanie, because I have seen it coming in very strong recently. And let's see what Tryhard can do in this one. We've got a long-range blimp coming in straight through, raging up with the Super Wizards to go for the Town Hall, go for the single, gets the CC lure, and this is absolutely stunning start for Strut here. Makes it a lot easier to just join the heroes into that compartment that's cleared up with everything that's connected and shape up an easy Lalo path.
And the nice thing is that he didn't have to worry about, he doesn't have to worry about a tornado trap, right? The tornado trap was also already pulled, and that won't affect his troops, won't affect especially the Lalo for later in this raid, as the Queen's going to charge away from the bottom side of the space. King's going to move in to get the scatter shot, enemy Royal Champion, and then probably send his RC to the right to grab the other but he's got to figure out some way. Yep, he does go over to the right side, but he's going to rely on this King or Queen to maybe continue the path all the way to the middle multi here, and then a Lalo for sure would have to probably come over the Eagle, which you definitely don't want to end on that. But when you do start a Lalo to the right side of your heroes and you wait till it's all over, then you're, oh, never mind, Lalo's coming to the left. I was only going to say it would be, time would be the issue. But let's see how much damage this Lalo can avoid from these Eagle shots.
Yeah, he's still got the Warden ability, waiting to time that just right. Royal Champ not able to make her way through, but the Queen, with her ability, can get to the multi in the core of the base. This is great timing for the Warden ability, as you see, not only the scatter shot, the queen, but that eagle firing away and the haste to try and sweep them through quickly. So absolutely stunning coming in and freezing up the Warden Tower, and the eagle is absolute perfection here. Queen does take down the multi in the core of the base, and we've got that extra surround of loons to try and finish up. Looks like there's only one Wizard Tower left, and he freezes it up to hold it off. It's that splash that you worry about. Carbon, this is looking good with 48 seconds left to go for Tryhard. And we've got to mention, look at the cams that we have. This is the first time for ClashMasters we've got the cams on, and you can see the smile on Tryhard's face, knowing that he secured the 3-star, which means they hold a 1-star lead over Queen Walker's Stephanie, but the game is still early, so they can't be too overly confident in this.
Beautiful attack right there, and that single target Inferno went down to the overwhelming lava pups and minions. Great job right there. And his heroes, that queen, path directly into the multi in the middle. That was the biggest thing that I was worried about. How is he going to take it down? Well, he relied on his queen to beat through the wall to grab that value. Beautiful value, with especially the blimp flying over and including some rocket loons to grab some of the area there. And when you send a super wizard blimp in to try to get a town hall, you're kind of crossing your fingers that they don't pull traps. They don't get something crazy happens, including a tornado trap that messes it all up. He was able to avoid that and get the value. And now that puts the lead for Strut. And now they're going to look to not give that up. And they want to hope to get some more defenses against Queen Walkers and come in with more triples. But, you know, that one defense is huge. And who knows if they're going to get any more.
Yeah. One defense can make the difference. You said it earlier today. In order to try and take down Queen Walker, Strut would probably need to come in with a perfect war. 14 stars these days against a team like Queen Walker Stephanie is not really a guaranteed victory, because what we've seen of what they can do. But this defense is huge for Strut. Like I said, though, they can't be too overconfident about this. They still need to keep on their toes and know that Queen Walkers likely has some tricks up their sleeves trying to hold them back. But there's still the double elimination. So regardless of what happens in this match for either team, there's still the opportunity to fight your way back in later on today. So we do have MS-STRS coming in. We've known him as a Lalo attacker and goes in with a Lalo, but I noticed that he's got 5 invisibility spells. We've got the Skelly spell and the Bat, and I'm curious to see how this is going about, because it does look like we've got the Skelly, Bat, Donut, and coming in for the multi. This is looking stunning so far, able to take down the multi and the CC and keep that queen distracted. This is very nice, working his way through, clearing out the core of the base.
Beautiful value so far, and also finds the Tessa farm to the bottom side. And you're noticing for that clan castle, there was only one builder hut there, and that wasn't enough to keep repairing it, because I've definitely sent the Skelly Donut into a bunch of builders, and it was not enough to take it down, because they were repairing it too fast. And with that balance change update that was not too long ago, those builders' speed of repairing was increased, so that made it even harder to do that type of attack. But Stars getting the value, the Inferno, the Clan Castle, and then taking out the Scatter and Queen on the bottom side, including a Tesla farm. Once this Queen steps in, if she grabs this Town Hall, which she does exactly do that, there's nothing left of this base. It's just going to be one Scatter shot, flying his way to the top side with only single target Infernos. I almost think it's impossible to fail. I don't think he can jinx this one.
I don't think anybody can jinx this one. Not you, me, Eric, Itsu, none of us combined with the powers together could absolutely jinx this one. Stone to Slammer taking the lead is always what you want to see, especially as you're leading into that scatter shot, but the Hound actually doing the extra tank work. Warden ability timing also exceptional to help work its way through and extend the length of the Stone Slammer, which will open up on the back end. This is looking absolutely stunning and exactly what we would expect coming in from Stars.
Yeah, look at these balloons come out of the Stone Slammer now, with balloons coming on the far right to pick off the Archer Tower. RC's ability goes off. Dragon Rider comes out. He's got 2 invisibilities. He could use it on the Dragon Rider. He does do that indeed. I told you, there was no way you could fail after that value that you got, and plenty of balloons. Swags the invis, and he makes that look so easy. Stars, absolutely insane attack, and that was a beautiful value that he got, and just incredible. Taking out the clan castle, finding the value, finding a Tesla farm, because once you take that down, you don't have to worry about a Tesla farm later in the attack, which really helps with pathing. And a Tesla farm, if you don't drop enough balloons or a lava hound to distract or protect from it, it will absolutely snipe and pick off your loons super quick, because there's also probably some traps in that area, but he doesn't have to worry about that. Great value, and it's gonna keep them close, and that's what they're gonna need to do. They're gonna have to look to triple out and hope to get a defense against Strut.
Yeah, and I want to talk over the bat process in this. We've seen a lot of skelly donuts, but we're seeing the adjustment of bats coming in, and this was in discussion in the chat in one of my streams recently about the difference between them. And I think this is something you can answer. It was brought up that the bats are used typically when there's heroes around to make sure that those multis go down. So, what are your thoughts on that? Right move, correct move? Is that basically the premise of bringing in the bats?
I say absolutely, and I would even use the bats even if heroes are not around on the Inferno Tower, because the bats will go directly for it, but they also won't get hit by, let's say, a mortar shot or things like what a skeleton would. And you just never know. See, I just feel like the skeletons yeah, they're strong, they do great, but I just feel like the bats, for some reason, just do better against the multi-target Inferno, and they take it down a lot quicker. Even though, I could drop skellies and it can still take it down. It doesn't seem like bats should just be quicker and more efficient. I don't know. From my experience, when I've done it, it seems like they are, but Mask is not bringing the bats here. He's bringing the Queen Charge Lalo, and now my question is this according to plan? Because the Queen walked her way in to this Eagle Artillery, and look at this. Look what happens. He pulls a double Seeking Air Mine with his Queen and the healers there, and she's going for a wall, but the Log Launcher should open it to the middle multi. The Queen doesn't know what she wants to do.
Oh,
Queen, come back.
She's going to break through the wall. This King needs to burst through the ability, take the Scatter Shock down, and redirect the Queen, but she is going for a walk. There we go. Oh, she finally breaks in, and this is going to hurt. The King's trying to take the lead, but he's burned through the ability. Everything's open, and yeah. Oh, we've got the super minions to worry about. Great timing on the freeze and the invisibility spell, and great timing on the poison, but he's able to spare this Queen ability, which is huge. Just has to worry now about the single targeting Inferno. Nice to freeze it up if he can, but drops the extra invisibility spell. Brought 2, which is trying to help push through for the safe path. But we still need to get this Town Hall down, Carbon.
Wow, wait, don't tell me. What? That wall break didn't even target the wall, and it perfectly died to allow the Queen to step in?
Wow.
Mask, what a wall break to get that Queen to go in for the Town Hall. That's absolutely insane. People, you don't realize how crazy that wall break is. Of wall breaking around a wall that doesn't even target it. That's wild. As Mask, with the Lalo to the top side, freezes up that multi-target Inferno, and the Queen is still alive. Not only alive, but she also has her ability. You would have thought that the Queen's ability would have been burned a long time ago. He could use it now, and it's almost swagged at this point. And Mask, what an attack. And I would say that Mask is the one player of Strut that you have to, kind of worry and think about, as there's been other tournaments, including Worlds, where he did not live up to the performance that he wanted to. And you ask yourself, is it because of the nerves of being on that main stage where it's like the golden ticket and everything's on the line? But in this one, he delivers, and he gets a beautiful triple after having to pretty much adjust on the fly as the Queen walks her way into the Eagle, walks to the bottom side. And I definitely don't think that was his original intention, that original plan.
Definitely not, but it was a beautiful recovery and adjustment for it. But this is the skill, and this is the reason why Mask was brought onto the team. He's an exceptional Queen charger, and to fill the shoes of, we've lost two players, Linnaid and Vala. So, losing those kind of players is huge, especially with trying to fill in the shoes of someone like Linnaid, who was a massive queen charge attacker. So Mask has definitely filled that. And I agree, nerfs were huge for him, I think, during the World Championships, but he's shown the recovery over the months since. And as long as he can keep that going, he can keep this team alive. And that certainly puts them in a great position, knowing that they still continue to hold the 1-star lead, but there's still opportunity for defense for Queen Walkers to come in. This is something you cannot count out, but it needs to come in with the 3 stars still. And we have Klaus kicking it off with that 4th attack. Look at this, 30 loons. We've got a super giant to come in. Let's see if this is going to help protect the queen in her opener, since we are coming in with a hero dive. We've got the ice golem as well.
Freezes.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Klaus, are you for real? I mean, you always say, okay, what is Klaus coming in? And then your jaw is always dropping to the floor of what he's coming in with, because I think Klaus is the one player that you just really can never predict. He was the one that will always come in with something crazy, and with where you're trying to plan, where you're building your base to see what, let me see what I can try to defend. It's almost impossible to pick. Oh my gosh, and the log launcher even launches the headhunters. Brilliant. Perfect timing. You can't plan that. That's just luck of the draw, and that was a great job as the logs went right through and knocked those headhunters out, so that queen doesn't have to worry at all as she continues her way through towards the bench. Now he's got a lot of this town hall, it seems. Okay.
Yeah. Going straight for the Lalo, but the queen still has her abilities, so she can take care of a lot of cleanup. Going for the hound right now. We've got the Yetis trying to take down the single. Doesn't quite get it done, but the Lalo will be able to take this off. As long as that queen survives, she can help out with quite a bit of cleanup on the back end, taking on a little bit of heat. But we've got all these freezes to hold off the multi on the back end, the AD, and the scatter shot here. Heal coming out for the loons is going to spare them through some of the incoming damage, but look at the surround of loons. He brought 30 of them. So he can not only start them from the top side, but also surround the base for the back end. And this is stunning. Klaus coming in, kind of changing things up and redefining how we can go in with Lalos.
Klaus, you do it yet again. What an absolutely incredible Sui value. And just the queen. I mean, at the end of the day, is it kind of almost like a queen charge if your queen stays alive at the end when you use her in the beginning? Because that's what happens when you do a queen charge with healers. He doesn't even need healers to keep his queen alive. Incredible value, and Klaus brings in a 3-star again for Queen Walker Stephanie, and they're gonna have to 3-star out and hope they get a defense that's below an 89%, because that's what Kazuma got on his attack. So he got an 89% 2-star. So as long as Strut gets triples and they get one fail that's a 90 or above, they'll be winning this war.
Yeah, this could put them in a good spot, but it does still pick up the pressure. I mean, just any small mistake, any small mishap, they have to be on their game. They have to be awake and alert and ready to go, and also be ready for those adjustments. But that's what we've seen from both sides so far, is the adjustments in the plans. And Mask definitely showed that. Even Kazuma, despite the 89%, he handled that really well with the recovery. So we do have Yuta left to attack for Queen Walker Stephanie, but we're still waiting to see Boom and Ast. Now, we've seen Ast actually taking the final position in a lot of matches these days, so I almost suspect that we might see Boom coming in this 4th position. He's been known to use a lot of super bowler smashes in some other competitions, like the Clashers Cup for UDG. So I'm curious to see what he's going to come in with today. Like I said, they've been working on their versatility, and that is what could potentially trip up Queen Walkers here. But he is known for his Blizz Lalo. And what do we actually have coming in? It's not going to be a Blizz Lalo, but we've got some clone action going straight for the inside of the base here. We've got cloned up Yetis to take this on the outskirts. And we've got easy opening to the town hall to reach that as well.
Oh, no way! The clone jumps the Yetis over the wall, and he grabs the single target Inferno. Wow. What? There's all those defenses around it, and somehow they go for the single. Man, that was brilliant. Just able to get that. He wanted to wait a little bit, and you're wondering, why didn't he just drop the clone spell right away? Well, because he wanted to make sure that he definitely cloned up the Yeti and didn't clone up, let's say, if he put a Barbarian or Valkyrie inside of that blimp, and he wanted to make sure that it cloned up and got that value over the wall, was able to do just that. But the Royal Champion is still up, but essentially, boom, got the value in terms of the final to get this queen to go for the Town Hall, but he also got the incredible amount of defenses as well. So now this multi-target Inferno, he could drop a Royal Champion for it to path her way to help take that down, but this queen is going to have to walk her way around and eventually make her way into the Town Hall.
Yeah, Royal Champ might actually distract her, though. It looks like he could pull her in. Great timing and freeze, actually, right now on this this Ice Golem to hold off the Royal Champion, give the Queen a little bit more life, but she is not going into the Town Hall. Wait, she's turning back around, so the funnel does work, and he's got the ability and an invisibility spell if need be, but where is this Royal Champ coming in from? She's stuck on the King right now, trying to make her way through, so he's going to have to use the invisibility if he wants to ensure that the multi goes down. But she dies through the ability, and multi was not used, so sends in some loons. Let's see if he's going to drop the invisibility now for them.
Oh no, that multi-target Inferno, I was going to say, is going to be a big problem. It pulls a bunch of traps, so that multi is not going to go down. And it came down to that Royal Champion, and that defending King was did not let that RC get through, and we got ourselves a defense here. Boom is not going to get this, and it's going to be below an 89. Which means that the whole war now kind of swaps, and now Queen Walkers are going to have the advantage if this doesn't get any more percentage above that.
Yeah, we're at the 83%. We are seeing a lot dying out. The Warden going down to the Tesla and multi-combination. Those minions with not enough opportunity. And this, unfortunately, is going south now for Strut. And this is what we're talking about. They have to be on their A game. They have to be ready and prepared. And unfortunately, I do think it was a matter of a misstep in not using that invisibility spell for the Royal Champion. You know, it's tough, and you can't blame the players because they are under a lot of pressure. They're working with their team. They're getting different calls, and they use the best that they can do. And, you know, sometimes they just make bad judgments, or, you know, judgments that they feel are going to be the best that don't unfortunately work out. And I think in that case, that invisibility spell could have been the key to taking down the multi and salvaging a little bit more percentage for this.
Yeah, because remember, he just needed an 89 to tie this war up, and those few buildings with the Royal Champion, who knows what it could have gotten. But that means that a 3-star coming in from Yuta here in the final attack for them will be the victory, because they will have the percentage advantage. And if you lose this first match, you're still in it. It's double elimination. You'll just be knocked down to the lower bracket and have to play a few more wars to try to advance to the playoffs, which will be on Sunday, as then we're going to have Group B coming tomorrow. So if you win here today and you make it to the top 2, you don't have to play tomorrow, and you just wait to see who your opponents will be, because whoever finishes first today overall will then take on whoever finishes second tomorrow. So it'll be number 1 versus 2, 1 versus 2 from each one of the days. But now here it is, Yuta coming in with that queen charge. Lalo got that log launcher on the left side, going in for that Eagle artillery. We do have a couple mortars, so he's gonna have to find a ways to distract the mortars so it doesn't target onto his log launcher, or down his flame fling, I should say here.
Yeah, we see this a lot now coming in, trying to ensure pathing where we do have those extendable defenses that can reach. So a lot of great ways to work around that. Now Yuta is known as that final hitter. He's got ice in his veins and often triples on those final attacks. So this does put Strut in a very difficult position if they're not able to defend. And from what we're already seeing with the Queen Charge working her way into the Town Hall with the Flame Flinger getting some excellent value, and that King taking on the multi, this is looking mighty fine. Nice drop of the invisibility spell for that Royal Champ to ensure that the Scatter Shot goes down, focuses it on the King, but he does clear out that compartment and gives the Royal Champ the opportunity to take down the Rocket Loons.
Yeah, that poison spell on that super minion is working brilliantly. It's taking it down. Now the queen steps into the Town Hall poison. She's going to go down here, including these healers. Tries to rage her up to keep her alive, but I don't know how she can do that. That queen just looks like she's going to die, but getting through the king, and she somehow stays alive here. Her ability was already forced. She gets the freezes, so he invests it as now the Lalo is coming into the bottom side towards this Tassel farm, into the scatter shot. But if this doesn't 3-star, it
it's
could
gonna
be
3-star.
I mean, it's got it, right? With the amount of balloons left, but you never know. Amount of traps that you could find, but that single target Inferno won't be able to stop these loons. The air defense is on the far right. Cannon is there providing a little bit of protection. Oh, look at that. He's happy.
Reaction.
And he's got it. Look at it. And the invisibility spell that he used for that Royal Champion earlier to just so that the Rocket Loons didn't go to the Royal Champion to grab the scatter shot was brilliant and helped you to get that 3-star. And there we go. They're going to be finishing at 14 stars. And if Strut triples their final attack, they'll be at 14. But it came to those 2 attacks, the fails.
Yep.
Kazuma, who finished 89%, and then Boom finished with an 85%. Just all the difference. Literally 4%. And man, these wars, that's how close they are.
Yeah. And, you know, you said it from the start. If Strut wanted to get the win over Queen Walkers today, they were going to have to come up with the perfect war, most likely. Yeah. And this definitely showcases it. So we'll see if Ast has the motivation to try and finish off at least with the 14-star war to get the momentum built up for the team for the second matchup that they'll have later today. But we'll still need to see who they're going to face off against in the lower bracket, MS Esports or Marcos Gaming. Two very worthy opponents that they'll at least get the opportunity to see what they're bringing in the meantime. So that does give a slight advantage in some sense. But Queen Walker's definitely holding strong, and what a beautiful finish. Great to see the smile on Yuta's face as he knew he just secured this upper bracket victory for his team. Now, it doesn't end there, because they will still have to fight off against the winner of the lower bracket finals in order to try and make their way through. So we'll see what happens as we wait for Ast to come in with his final attack. Now, Carbon, what do you expect to see coming from Ast? He's known for super drags, but he has been switching it up a little bit more and veering away.
What do I expect from Ast? I think he's going to come in with a Lalo, maybe? No, Dragon Riders. You know, my second guess was going to be some sort of dragon attack, maybe Dragon Riders. And that seems to be exactly what it is. The Queen charge Dragon Riders. As the Queen is towards the bottom side, getting locked down by this Air Expo. Double Archer Tower is going down. As the Queen, will she make her way to the bottom side and then walk her way into the tunnel? As the Yeti grabs the Archer Tower and sets that funnel there. It looks like he wants this value near the Town Hall, but he finds a Tornado Trap right on the edge, where it's just probably going to be a handful of Seeking Air Mines, which would want to stop a Blimp in this area. And let's see.
What I'm curious to see is this 5-2 combination of the Zapquake. Now we have the single and the Expo spread out behind. Oh, those traps!
What?
Absolutely perfection on that Coco Rocket Loon to clear that up and keep those healers safe. But let's keep an eye, because he is multitasking here and still needs to get down the Zapquake combination. There we go, activating the Town Hall. Gets the single targeting Inferno down, which does spare the Queen quite a bit here, but she's got a long way to go, and we still need to push in these Drag Riders.
We have that King ability going off. Steps directly into the Eagle Artillery, and the Barbarians go straight to the defending King. So he gets lured off of the Eagle, pops the Warden ability with the Dragon Riders. We have Rocket Loons coming out of the CC and defending Rocket Loons coming out of the defending CC. So there's Rocket Loons everywhere on this base, as the Queen is continuing her charge to the right side, as the Dragon Riders are going to try to make their way in, but the King wasn't able to clear the top air defense, which is a little bit annoying, as now these Dragon Riders are pathing the way up there and not to the middle multi.
No, that middle multi. Basically, what we have to really worry about are the traps around it. The multi isn't too much of a contention for the Drag Riders unless there's leading defenses, high hit point defenses in front of them. Dragon trying to make its way through, and we have that Air Expo that keeps going on. He's using as many spells as he can to try and keep them alive, and the invisibility spells definitely helping out. But we've got that air defense. We've got the multi that's still picking off as they're distracted, and we need one more invisibility spell to drop. He uses it for the multi-targeting Inferno as this drag rider just takes down the air defense with 32 seconds. He knows he's got the cleanup, just needs to work his way back in for the CC. And this is the 3-star, but unfortunately for Strut, not going to be enough to take the claim over Queen Walker Stephanie. And we're talking about 5%, 5 building difference overall, I think is what it was. So this is exactly 4 buildings. This was exactly as close as we expected it to see. But definitely Queen Walker's bringing in the right defenses to hold off Strut, which means Queen Walker Stephanie will advance on into the upper bracket finals, which we will watch later today.
Yeah, it only takes one player to have a slip up and you lose the war. And that's it. Really, you need every single one of your players to have their A game, bringing in the 3-stars to be winning at this stage of the competition. So that win means that Queen Walker Stephanie is going to advance, but Strut will be going to the lower bracket. You're not knocked out because this is double elimination. So let's take a look at the bracket and see exactly where they will be going, because the next matchup is going to be ClashMSTRS taking on Marcos Gaming. Queen Walkers are waiting in the upper bracket finals. Strut is waiting on the team that loses this next matchup coming up, because we still have 4 more wars to be covering here, Lady B.
We do. This is 5 wars total today, so we get a little extra action to find out who the 2 teams are that will advance on into the finals on Sunday. But this is going to be tough. ClashMSTRS versus Marcos Gaming. Marcos Gaming, definitely a strong Indian team, and I got to give a shout out because I know that we're going to see some of the Indian community coming into ESL as well for that golden ticket opportunity. A new announcement that came out. So very exciting, because we have seen Indian teams really dominating through these tournaments and competitions. But I feel like they've been heavily represented. So it's great to see Marcos Gaming in here, and let's see how they can do against ClashMSTRS. I would ask you what your prediction is in this matchup between these 2 teams, because I don't think that they often face against each other that much.
Yeah. I think it's going to be ClashMSTRS getting the win. I think maybe 14-13 is kind of going to be my guess of what it's going to be. High scoring war, and I think it'll be, again, 2 fails coming in from Marcos Gaming that will both be maybe like 299s. Who knows? You know, that's what they could do. Like, they can come in with such great attacks, and if you just fall 1 building short, that's all your opponent needs to take the advantage to try to defeat you and advance. And that's what a lot of these wars come down to, is you're not getting that final 3-star. Maybe you waited just a little bit too long to deploy the rest of your attack and your time failed because of it. You know, that's one of the worst feelings to come away, is with a 99% 2-star and it's a time fail where you're rather just like, you know, I'd rather have just failed and like come in with a 70% 2 or something rather than a 99-2 where it hurts, even though you would actually rather have the 99 because of the percentage at the end of the day there. But yeah, this next matchup is going to be an absolutely amazing one to find out who's going to take on Queen Walkers or who's going to take on Strut.
Yeah, this I'm excited for, you know, because expectation wise, seeing Queen Walkers, or I'm sorry, to see, if we were to see Queen Walkers facing off against like ClashMSTRS, that could be a great matchup right there because they do know each other. But I'd be curious to see how Marcos Gaming would do against Strut. Defensively, I don't know how much Strut is aware of what Marcos Esports has been bringing to the game, and that's what gives Marcos an advantage. We do get to see them in a lot of the tournaments, but I can't say that they get often a lot of coverage, and that's what's so unfortunate, because it leaves them as that dark horse in the you know, in the race here. But either way, I think we've got an epic match coming up, and I'm curious to see in the chat what everybody else is thinking who could win this war. But why don't we first take a look at the ClashMSTRS roster while you guys decide who you think is going to make this this win in the matchup. So for ClashMSTRS, we've got Alec, Ariam, Kingsman, Nachua, and Synthe known as the Hogmaster, and we expect to see some Skelly Donuts maybe, but he switched it up from time to time. But I'm really liking what this team is doing this season, Carbon. It took them a little while, I feel, to find their groove, but they have found their groove, and we've been seeing them doing incredible stuff here.
Yeah, they have done some amazing things, and they're trying to make it to take on Queen Walker's Stephanie, as they know them very well indeed. And can the winner of that would advance to the playoffs? So either way, it's going to be incredible. Either if MSC Sports win or if Marcos Gaming wins. And if Marcos Gaming, let's talk about it. Let's bring up their roster, right? Who they will be facing, and it's just these teams have put in so much work to get to this point, and here we are with Marcos Gaming coming in with 11, Alfonso, Godneru, Grim, and Master coming in. Will we see a 14-14 war, a perfect war? Because I'm thinking, there might be just 2 fails coming in from Marcos that might just cost them, but I don't know. That's just a guess of mine. But Marcos Gaming has made it to this point, and they deserve to be here. And that's the big thing is, if I think about it, didn't MSC Sports and Marcos Gaming, did they face each other to kind of make it and decide who made it into the playoffs and who had to be the 5th seed, if I'm correct? Or
no,
maybe,
no. Yeah, that was Black Magic. Yeah. Okay. So, but we had the schoolyard pick during the LCQs, and I think that was actually a really interesting turnaround. And I don't think it was what everybody expected to see necessarily. We had done predictions on streams earlier on, but Marcos Gaming was one of those 4-seeded teams that was able to automatically get in. So does it, in a sense, give you a feeling that they have this opportunity to take the lead working into this, possibly?
I mean, yeah, it could. I mean, they made it to this point, right? So anything's on the table. So the experience, they've been in other tournaments as well. It's just like most of these teams at this point. So they have the experience, but it's just, I don't know, it really could go either way. It's just, I think it really comes down to whoever doesn't make that small mistake, as we saw in the Queen Walkers versus Strut war, that Boom's mistake was just 4 buildings worse than Kazuma's mistake. And that's what cost them that war. And Strut is now in the lower bracket and face a risk of elimination if they lose one more match. And MSC Sports is going to be a very difficult opponent for Marcos Gaming. And they did pick their opponent, right? So Marcos Gaming picked Team Ninja to face to get to this point, and they picked correctly, as their defense is held really strong. And when I've seen Marcos Gaming's matches, I have noticed that their defenses has been pretty strong and really tripping up their opponents. And I know Alfonso, who is on Marcos Gaming, is also a base builder who helps build and test bases for Marcos. So want to see if he's got something in store, something special, maybe to bait the MSC Sports, including, Cynthia, who absolutely loves to bring his hog rider. So maybe they try to bait a hog type of attack from him.
Yeah, so, thinking hypothetically here, if you were Queen Walkers, who would you want to face off against? And if you're Strut, who would you want to face off against?
I'm really, at this point, it's such a hard decision, because any one of these teams could defeat you if you make a small mistake, right? You just can't afford it against either one of these teams. But it would be interesting to have these teams, let's say they did another one of those picks, right? Like, who would they pick? That's where I would really be interested. Because from my perspective, I don't know, either one of them would still be very difficult. I just know, picking Queen Walkers or Strut, I would still pick those 2 last out of anybody. But out of MSC Sports and Marcos, it really is, I don't know. It's just whichever one's having a better day, I feel like.
Yeah. So this will be interesting more to see who winds up getting the win in this one, how close it's going to be. You've predicted 14-13 in favor of MSC Sports. But, you've also really boosted the defenses coming in from Marcos Gaming. So I will be interested to see how they can hold off against MSC Sports. We do get to see a lot of coverage of MSC Sports. So that does give Marcos Gaming the opportunity to try and find the ways to bait them. But we've also seen some switching up, just like we were talking about with Strut, how they've added some versatility to their attack strategies to try and switch things around. We've also seen the same with ClashMSTRS, particularly Synthé, who's not always coming in with the hugs and being quite as predictable as people expect, because I think they know that you can't give him that Skelly Donut value because he will take advantage of it.
Yeah, he will indeed. And we talk about predictions, where I gave my prediction. What about you? What do you think the outcome of this war will be? Who do you think is going to win, and what do you think the stars will be?
I'm going to take the judo approach, and I'm going to go for the other side. I'm going to go for Marcos Gaming.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to go for Marcos Gaming with the win, and I think it's going to be 13-13 and on percent. I think defense is going to come in strong from both sides. That's what I expect to see. I think we might see a few hiccups, maybe some nerves coming into this, knowing what's on the line between these two teams. As strong as I do think MSE Esports is and how strong they've come, I'm not sure they know what to expect from Marcos Gaming. And players like 11 are, absolutely on fire. So I do expect to see some triples coming through, but the defenses definitely should be expected.
Well, defenses are going to be the name of the game. If the defenses hold, you have a really good opportunity to advance. And the first attacker is MS Synthé, coming in with a Lalo attack. So he's not bringing in his classic Hog Riders. As what type of value can what type of value can Synthé get, as he's got the Flame Flinger to start into the bottom compartment next to the Scatter Shot.
But he's got the CC and the multi and the air sweeper in the core of the base here,
there it is,
which is perfect for a Skelly Donut to try and get the value that he needs. So we just talked about this. This is the kind of value you do not want to give Synthé here. Now, not using the bad approach, going for the Skellies, but there's really nothing surrounding that could pose him threats, and gets exactly what he needs. Those three huge options in there, the air sweeper, the multi, and the CC. This was a huge mistake on Marcos's base building side to actually run a base like this. Let's see if there's any other tricks up their sleeves to hold it off and maybe baiting him into it. But this has got a nice open entry to the Town Hall, and the Flame Flanger doing some excellent work taking on the opposite side.
That skeleton spell also took out this sweeper, which is going to be so nice for this Lalo as well, that he doesn't have to worry about it, as he's going to path this queen in towards the Town Hall. Brilliant, as now the Royal Champion comes down. King's ability goes off, poisons up the enemy Royal Champ. Wait, did he accidentally bring a poison? Because if he took out the Client Castle, he didn't need a poison spell in this attack. If that's the case, as a Dragon Rider comes out, and that could actually go for the multi-target Inferno, but it finds a double Seeking Air Mine.
Yeah, this is going to hurt a little bit. We've got 13 loons to come through. Queen just hanging by a thread, but is unable to take down the air bow. So loons suffer, but he does flip the Warden ability early to try and get down the Queen with the Headhunters, keep these loons safe. But we still have to push our way through the Scatter Shot, freezes it up, drops a haste to move this along as fast as possible. But it's this entire back end, including the multi, that he does now have to worry about with a Wizard Tower as well. Freeze goes down to hold off the AD and that Eagle Artillery, but he's running thin on loons, and the splash damage is really going to hurt this one.
Yeah, with no Warden now to help provide protection for these balloons as they path their way to the multi-target Inferno, this is going to be an issue. There's a haste to try to push even faster into this Wizard Tower. They're going to backtrack to the cannon, but the Wizard Tower is going to stay up, but they're not going to go straight for the multi, as there is the Builder Hut there. Oh, no! The Builder Hut's going to go down, but the multi-target Inferno is staying up. And are we going to start this one off with a defense? Marcos Gaming going to hold none other than Synthé here.
But from the start, Yeah, and from the start, that is huge. Now, 96%. We talk about the percent advantage that you have with any slip ups, and he's in a good spot. The unfortunate thing is these minions and the pups are focused on the king rather than getting any more value elsewhere, though that multi would have covered the storage anyway, and it would have been a long shot to try and get that extra percent. But 96%, if you're going to start off, isn't a terrible place to be, but they do want the 3-star start. This gives a huge lead and advantage and boost of confidence to Marcos Gaming. And this is kind of what we talked about, the defenses that they're coming through with that has to keep MSE Sports on their toes. So let's see how Master Atif can come in to follow this up. And we've got, do we have cloned Yetis coming in? I see a clone spell. No, we should be cloning coming in through that town hall, but we can either, I would say Yetis could do some good work, but he could use the Loon and Drag Rider combination as well here.
As these dragons come in, that blimp makes it into the town hall, freezes up the sweeper that would push it back. The clone spell, but they all get spun into the town hall. So I just don't think that clone spell really was worth it there, as all those balloons died as into the middle. As he's got a Dragon Rider taking out that middle multi-target Inferno, so that was brilliant. But we got dragons that are now sitting in the poison spell, getting slowed down, but they are able to take out the enemy queen and the super minions here, as he still has the Royal Champion to use, as he finally drops her to the bottom side of the base.
Yeah, and I think the most important thing is you look at the top side of the base. We have dragons and super and drag riders still working along, and we've cleared out the core of the base. That is the main component of these attacks. Any of these dragon attacks, when you're working through this way, clearing out the core of the base to allow the heroes to reach everything else that you can't, that you can easily get to from the outside, especially when you're holding on to that royal champ. Gosh, she made that look so easy, and you can see the team together here just working just in conjunction, which likely makes this a lot easier for them. So that is a beautiful start, lightning fast, super speed, and I think this is going to be the biggest problem for MSE Sports. Some well-versed drag attackers going up against a team that can tend to be predictable, even though since they switched it up a little bit for us. Definitely seems to have their number, but this is only the first attack from each side. There's plenty more war to be had, and as we saw with Strut versus Queenwalkers, that can change very quickly towards the end of the war.
Indeed it can, and anything can happen, as this is, like you said, only the first set of attacks here from each side. So Marcos, can they keep up this momentum that they got from that first triple and the first defense, not only against just Cynthia, or not only against MSE Sports, but I should say it is against Cynthia, who you would expect to be coming in with the 3 stars and just crushing your bases, but he doesn't. He's not able to get it there, and he brings in the Lalo, and he fell short, but Marcos answers with the dragons. And the one nice thing about having everyone in the same room attacking there is you don't have to be worried about talking over, let's say, Discord or some application over a voice and have to be worried about that, where you can just be sitting next to them and planning. It's just so much easier to be able to plan in person next to your clanmates. And, well, I've definitely done it when we're at, like, qualifiers or, like, the Worlds. It's awesome to be able to play Clash with someone next to you, right? Because usually viewers at home, all of you at home are probably like, oh, I remember the days that I'll be playing with my friends, and because I've been playing for so long that my friends might not be playing, or they might have just joined back and they're not the same town hall as you, or, it's so awesome to be able to play with players that are the same as you and that have been playing for so long. It's incredible to be able to do that, and especially at this stage of the competition, especially if they're able to do that, where they're able to meet up and say, this might be the first time that they've met up in person, because they've been on voice for so long, and usually only for something with this much at stake would you do something like that. And beautiful, they got the 3-star, and now can MSE Sports of Elk come away with a dragon, a Hydra with the Dragon Riders? Can he get the 3-star?
We shall see. So drag approach here, definitely something that MSE Sports knows, but it is very difficult to actually try and defend these days, especially with so many different dragon style attacks. And when you see these bases, you know you can come in easily with that blimp pushing across. Now, what I do expect to see is some clone up coming in. We've got the clone, but how deep are we going to go in? Super Minions can do a great job because of the single targeting Inferno, but he's only got one, and that would be a huge waste. So goes in with the Loon combination and is getting stuck in the Tornado Trap without even making it over the Town Hall. Gets the spread, but the Drag Rider is enough to actually take it down. Can he take the single down as well? Yes, indeed. And just saves that one and keeps this going strong with the King and Queen ability intact, and the Royal Champ yet to be dropped on the board for that scatter shot.
Well, those freezes over the Town Hall were 100% necessary. If he didn't use that, then the Town Hall would have definitely stayed up, and that would have been a huge difference in this raid, as now his heroes are making their way to the top side. Royal Champion took out the Inferno Tower, as the King, with his abilities, providing a huge protection as this Queen's going to make her way around. And he drops the poison spell for the defending RC to slow her down. And because of that, he's going to get it. He's got the hero abilities to finish off the rest of this base, and he's going to be able to get a 3-star for MS Esports.
And there's absolutely nothing that's really of contention defensively on the back end here. I mean, we're not talking about single scatters. Once that scatter goes down, that's what you're looking about, like in these approaches, is what the heroes are going to have to contend with when you go through this. And this is all cleanup. Forces that Queen ability to get through the wall fast. They want to keep the time factor on their side. Of course, you never know when it's going to tie up. So moving as fast as you can is definitely a plus. So you can see Alec definitely, you know, confident in his ability in doing this, but stays cool as a cucumber as well.
Yeah.
And one thing I want to say from, you know, the previous conversation about the teammates working together is, you know, you were talking about it and it reminded me of like the 2019 World Championships when we had Tribe Gaming on the stage, and you know, like even during some of the qualifiers where the teams were playing together before COVID. And you would have players like Maxi right behind their teammates, looking over their shoulder, helping them, encouraging them. And that makes such a huge difference, having that like physical connection with your teammates and players. So it does give a huge advantage in having that. But that was just one memory that popped up, was Maxi, you know, just behind his teammates for Tribe and rooting them on. But it also, when you can actually work alongside of your teammates, you can limit the delay that you get when you're working over Discord. So you can actually see in real time and give better instruction. So there is a huge difference in that, because there is like a 2 or 3 second delay from when you're actually watching in game. So as far as spotters go, that does make a big difference.
Yeah, it definitely does make a big difference. But the one thing that you can't do if you're spotting over someone's shoulder is you can't see outside buildings, right? You can't have that overall perspective as you're only in the viewpoint of the attacker. And that you're able to help that way, but having a outside huge advantage, like, oh, maybe there's a builder hut or a Tesla in the corner that you forgot to drop something. But speaking of 2019, the one memory that I have especially is when Amualin and Reggator's kind of jumped on each other to celebrate, and you know that was absolutely amazing, and the players' reaction was so genuine, and how much excitement they had. And you know that these players are that excited as well, but they're very nervous right now in this situation to try to get it. So let's see if Alfonso is able to bring another 3-star in for Marcos Gaming to try to charge and take this Eagle down. And slowly going to try to path his way into this King. And that one balloon plus 2 seeking air mines. Brilliant.
That is some nice value out of just one loon alone. Now the King is struggling here against the Tesla farm, which is actually causing some issues for that Royal Champ to come in, especially with the Skelly spells. But a beautiful freeze not only holds off the scatter, but the Skellies as well. And the King works his way through to try and protect, picking up the giant bomb along the way. Just need to ensure that this Royal Champ gets a full value of the core, and the Queen would ideally want to push her way in. We still have this multi in the center of the base, but she's got a lot to do here and needs to keep her riding along strong. Has the ability, but does not want to have to force it until she's deeper inside the base. We've got the opening to the back end multi, but I think it would be better to go more in the core where we expect to see the majority of those traps.
Yeah, will those traps be pulled by Lalo if the Warden... Oh, wait, the Queen! She grabs this middle multi and continues her way through the Warden, though. Ow! The Warden's ability was forced. Drops the Rage. Bunch of bombs and the Tornado Trap, which means these balloons are going to almost especially die off with no Warden. What? Nachoa's base. That single target Inferno won't even go down too.
Yeah, and that's going to bother the queen here, but we see the invisibility spell, but she's got no access to a carbon. She can walk her way around, but still would have a long way to go. Can force this ability. It's focused on the healers, but there's nothing left to support from behind. That scatter shot, Drag Rider, try as he might, is not going to be able to take it down with the surrounding defenses of that Archer Tower. So this is going to be the first defense coming in from Marcos Gaming. And what did we have? A 97%, I think it was, or 96% that came in earlier from ClashMSTRS. And this is not going to hit the mark here for Alfonso of Marcos Gaming. So we're back in that Strut Queenwalkers scenario where there is a bit of a problem. But again, we're still only 2 hits in and plenty more potential defenses to come through. But this is lower than Alfonso would have hoped for. And you can see the disappointment on his face, sadly.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it all came down to the Warden taking an awkward pathing over next to the Town Hall and pulling that Seeking Air Mine. You would think that all those balloons in front of the Warden would be able to help protect him. Unfortunately, that Warden took a little bit of an awkward angle and went and got hit by the Seeking Air Mine, which cost him the raid right there. If he was able to protect that Warden ability a little bit later through the Town Hall, because usually you don't actually want to pop the Warden ability right as the Town Hall explodes, right? Because there's a little bit of a delay. So the best time to pop your Warden ability is just after. Once the Town Hall goes down, you wait a little bit and then you pop it to protect as long as possible. Because if you pop it before the Town Hall explodes, then they'll get hit by the Town Hall, slow down, and then the Warden ability will wear off and you'll take a lot of damage. So you know how the pros do it just perfect, and he wasn't able to do that because the Warden ability was forced well before the Town Hall went down.
Yeah, unfortunate in that situation, but we'll see if there's any recovery, and that could start here with a defense. We'll see who's up next coming in for ClashMSTRS. We saw Alec, we saw Synthé, but we still have Nachoa, and here we go. We've got Nachoa coming in with the Lalo. We are getting to see a nice variety of attacks, but you can see that still air is very dominant in some of these teams, whether it be Lalo or Drag Riders. Though we did get to see Hybrid as well, which was very nice. Blimp coming in, working its way through for the Town Hall, and also leading the passage for the Queen to wrap her around to get some deeper push inside the base. We could potentially use a King for the multi on the bottom side, and that's what I'm curious to see, because we have 3 super wall breakers that could give the Queen access deeper to the scatter shot and multi-targeting Inferno.
So this Queen steps into the Town Hall compartment. You drop the Blimp. You don't expect the Queen to go for the Town Hall if you drop the Blimp here. But the nice thing is that the Queen cleared the Clan Castle, and the Town Hall poison is now gone if he charges and steps in for the single. So now he's going to have to adapt here. As he uses the phrase spell, Queen should step in, grabs that single, and now starts the rest of this attack where he has to adapt on the fly. As he's got 3 super wall breakers, so he's going to say, okay, well, let me go and drop the King and maybe the Royal Champ into the scatter shot to the top side, since the Queen is no longer walking to where he was originally planned.
Yeah, but he's got to find the right opening to get that in there. And she actually does have the ability to walk her way around. But look at the target that we've got. Double wall breakers coming in under the Rage to go for the double wall combination. Needs to get past this Queen. So he even gets a core of the base open to get to the multi. Not to the scatter, but I fear this Queen's going to walk down and around and not get what was intended. That multi will stand even though it's opened up. And the air sweeper survives, pushing back and giving resistance to these loons. So the Royal Champ needs to step up to the plate and take those out. Let's see if the Warden is enough to carry them through and try and get that Royal Champ over, but she's cutting across in the wrong direction.
Oh, as these balloons are going to path their way towards the scatter shot, they're going to take a massive amount of damage. As we got 2 more Inferno Towers left, there's a Rage spell. He has an invisibility. He's going to use it on these balloons as the Warden is now taking shots from the scatter shot, which now retargets to hit this Queen. As the RC ability goes off, as the queen ability. There's the invisibility to get these balloons on top of the scatter. Does he have enough to help distract the top multi?
Nice save. The queen still got her ability, don't forget, and the king is still alive. There's a little more defense to get through, and 22 seconds left, but the royal champ is there. She's got this under control. Who needs a queen ability to get through this when Nachoa could come in and get the job done with that queen charge that went completely in the opposite direction of what he expected? So we've got MSE Sports continuing to move forward, claiming that lead. They had the percent lead. Let's wait and see if they'll be able to continue to dominate either on stars or percent. But this is, I mean, we're seeing some of the best recovery from these players, and this is why they're here. This is why we're seeing these teams in this position for that golden ticket spot, because they know what to do and what it takes to try and improve when things go wrong. Adapting on the fly is a huge part of this pro level series.
Yeah, and you have to be able to do that at this stage of the competition. Is usually you plan the attack and it goes pretty close, and then all of a sudden it goes crazy and you have to adapt on the fly, and the queen has a mind of her own, just like Nachoa's queen had there, and he had to then use the wall breaks to charge them, the queen continuing our way through, and got the value. Beautiful job. And now Marcos Gaming, they're going to have to look to come in with the 3 stars in. We're going to have to see, will they be able to come and get a triple? But they're coming in with 8 E-Dragons. 8 E-Dragons with some skeleton spells. Okay, here we go. What can he get with the mass E-Dragons? Good luck for him.
Yeah, so starting off on the 6 o'clock edge here, just shaping up some of the funnel, getting great value out of just one of those E-Drags, like the Skelly spell for distraction. We're seeing this a lot more, and nice to actually see even 4 drag attacks to get more value out of the queen, which allows us to delay the king, providing extra support coming in for the back end. We can see it's already opened up and narrowed out, so we can get the push getting through into that town hall spot. But these are the ones that I always find so risky, where you're leaving that town hall as the opportunity to take down at the very end, but gets the wall break open, but the queen's not there. So it's up to the king and the royal champ and the E-Drags to get this done. And this is where this kind of approach does become very, very risky.
Well, the town hall will go down to the heroes. E-Dragon in the core does not grab the multi, but a Tesla farm over on the far right side is going to be a huge issue with only 1 freeze left. And the Royal Champion is taking a bunch of damage from that Town Hall poison. And just like that, she's gone.
Yeah.
She cannot get anything else.
Yeah, unfortunately, the queen not getting that value, losing her out. Really did this one a number, because he had to sacrifice the royal champ, who would have been used for the back end of the space. You can see the power that the king still has left. With the royal champ by his side, this could have been a very different turnout and outcome. So this is giving a 2-star advantage now to MSE Sports, which is going to be, a 1-star lead to MSE Sports, which definitely is going to be big. I mean, they already had the percent factor, but to now claim the 1-star advantage is going to be big for them. And it's going to really take a lot of recovery. We talk about this a lot, like how different teams approach if they want to go in with the bases that they know they can take down easiest first and try and build the confidence, and wait for the bases that they don't know as much to give a little bit more prep time and planning for the other teammates, or if they go in with the ones that they're not so sure of. But either way, it's unfortunately not working out for Marcos Gaming the way that they had hoped to, but still some opportunity to try and switch this around. We're 2 more attacks to go in for each side, so some big defenses could make the difference, along with a couple of 3 stars for Marcos Gaming. But MSE Sports still has Arium, and they still have Kingsman to come in, and those are 2 players that I never, ever doubt against, because we've seen the power. Kingsman is known for his hybrid, even though he has switched it up from time to time. And Ariam tends to be one of the final hitters who often works really well under pressure because he stays nice and cozy in his in his nook, in his bed.
Yes, it does, right? He's the one player that you could always count to be as comfortable as possible. Always kicks his feet up, and he doesn't care what the camera is. And he's like, I'm going to be relaxed, and I'm going to be doing my Blizzard Lalo. Usually, he just doesn't care what the base is. He will find a way to use the blimp, the invisibility spells, and those super wizards to get that value. It could even be a complete ring base baited for it, and he'll still find a way to get some incredible value. So that's the attack I'm expecting from Ariam, which we might see as the last attack coming in from MSTRS. We'll have to wait and see. But what are we going to see? Kingsman, and you called it exactly to a T. And it is a hybrid with the miners, the hogs. The queen is coming down to the right side. She's going to try to charge her way into the town hall, it seems, as there is the opening there. No, only 2 super wall breakers. We will have a hog to try to lure out maybe a little bit of the clan castles. The queen is going to get stuck on the king right now, as some headhunters are now being lured out to the enemy queen.
Ooh.
Or into his
that freeze down. Yeah, nice timing on the freeze. We have to hold off those headhunters and slow them down, but also give some effect to the king as well. And now the hound and pup, so it'll wear off a little bit quickly. Might want to bring in like a minion, or we don't have any archers, so minion to help if any of those pups spread on the healers. But he does have this shaped up rather nicely to pull the queen, like you said, up towards the opening to that town hall. Sneaky Goblins now finally placed to ensure her pathing by taking down this storage. So the patience is paying off, but this is what Kingsman is known for, these hybrid attacks. It's he's probably one of the best hybrid attackers out there. And during last year, I think he was he only missed 1 attack out of about, like, he was, I think, 7 out of 8 on his hybrid attacks in ESL. It was something insane. He only missed 1 of them. So I would not bet against him in getting this 3-star done.
So Seeking Air Mines, yeah, I wouldn't bet against Kingsman either here, as he gets the value, he grabs the Town Hall as the hybrid starts into the multi to the top side with the Warden and pops an early Warden ability through the Eagle shots and also through some double giant bombs to here to keep the Hogs and Miners protected. We got our first heal as the King's going to be making his way to the top side, as that middle multi is going to be a little annoying. Hopefully these Miners and Hogs path their way into the core.
They are so far. The P.E.K.K.A actually really helping out, taking on the scatter shot position. Otherwise, this would be way too wide for a hybrid to come in. Beautiful drops on those heals, covering up a lot of risky areas, and the freeze coming in for the scatter shot. We do have another freeze and invisibility spell to hold off, but that invisibility might want to be delayed slightly, although we've got the Eagle still firing away. And unless these miners duck, and yep, they split up, it does help out quite a bit. Queen, though, does not have her ability, and there's only 35 seconds left to go. This is going to be a run for the clock. P.E.K.K.A gets the invisibility drop down to try and take down the Eagle, but it is not it is just enough with Warden helping out to his last breath. But 19 seconds, Carbon, and this is possibly a game changer.
That's the talent fail. Not going to be enough time here for a Kingsman to pull away with this. So the best this war can be is a 13-13 if they both come away with 3 stars. Well, no, I mean, wait. We got the 2, and I mean, they can try, right? Or that's going to fall short. Yeah, 13 for, it could be for Marcos if they triple their next 2 for 13. And that puts now MSTRS to 10. From their previous 8. So they have 1 more attack, so they indeed can also come in with a 13 as the 2 fails come in. We had Cynthia, and now Kingsman with a fail for MSTRS, and that's huge. And if Marcos Gaming can get another defense, they can have a chance, because right now Marcos Gaming doesn't have percentage. That's on MSTRS' favor right now, as they've got the percentage advantage, I think, as we take a look at it, quite a bit.
Yeah.
96.8. To at 90.
Yeah, we see the high 90s coming in from MSE Sports, and it was that low 80% that really did in Marcos Gaming. So it's all about getting in those 3 stars now for Marcos if they want to wind up in the upper bracket facing off against Queen Walkers. But I mean, it's like the lesser of two evils. Who do you want to face off against, Strut or Queen Walkers, to try and advance on? But beautiful push with that blimp to take down the Town Hall, sparing the Hydra coming in to the main push of the base here. We still need to get through that single, and we're losing a lot of drags from the core of the base, which is very problematic. Those singles need to be taken down. And as I said earlier, when you come in with any of these style attacks, the main importance of these dragons, whatever they are, whether it be drag riders, super drags, e-drags, is to get the core taken down so the heroes can take on. That's a lot of pressure for this Royal Champ to have to now come in and try and work through with the surrounding defenses.
And a big thing is these builder huts are all over the core of the space, so they're repairing everything from the Air Expo to themselves and pulling a Lava Hound as well. That's going to be a huge issue as it's slowing down this Queen. And these Dragon Riders are getting picked off one by one. Still has the RC ability. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is exactly why you need to have those dragons straight through the core of the base to take on the CC. It's not meant for the heroes to take them on. Launches that Royal Champ seeking shield, but there is only one freeze left over as spell support drops it on the single, but a little bit too early, not giving the Royal Champ the full, not giving her the full ability. That was just a fraction of a second too early in order to actually take that down. Not that this would be enough recovery considering the amount of expos that we have surrounding, but it could have helped out quite a bit here and possibly saved this 3-star. Time still would have been a factor. I cannot believe this Queen is still going strong, but not with the singles still surviving, and that battle builder that brought it back to health. So honestly, that slightly early freeze definitely cost them, considering that the king is still alive and that Queen got as much value as she did as low health as she was.
And only the 96% 2-star there. As is there a barbarian somewhere hidden on this base, trying to get a little bit? Oh, there he is, up on the top side storage there. I heard the barbarian swinging his sword, so I knew he was somewhere. I just didn't know where. But unfortunately, not going to be enough to take down that storage. So 96%. So the best thing Marcos Gaming can get is a 12-star. And MSE Sports defense has been shining so far.
It has, and this is the problem that we're seeing. We saw it with Boom, with the, missing out on, maybe not missing out, but just not taking the advantage and opportunity of using that invisibility spell for the Royal Champion. Your Royal Champion can do so much for you to save a raid, and this fraction of a second of dropping that freeze just a little early where there was no target for the Royal Champion to be in range. If he had held it just like half a second more, that Royal Champ would have gotten it down. The Queen would have had a little bit more power, and that could have gotten that closer to the triple, if not getting in the 3-star. So this does keep Marcos Gaming back, keeps MSE Sports, and as you said, Ariam, how can we expect to see him fail? I think he's got the secret to the 3-star, and that's just kicking your feet up and relaxing and having fun. I mean, if you're keeping the pressure on yourself, you're just making the game so much harder. But if your feet are kicked back, you're relaxed and you're enjoying it. It makes life so much easier, and that's what the game's supposed to be. It's not supposed to, it's not supposed to be work. It's supposed to be fun.
Oh my God.
I mean, it is.
And that's exactly what he's doing. Oh, I think, okay, MSE Sports, I think you guys need to get a sponsor. I think you gotta get a sock sponsor somewhere. I think it would be perfect for Ariam. Yeah, I think you gotta. All right, please let us know what he should get. Like that's brilliant, Ariam. It's just brilliant. Oh my goodness, as he has the Queen gonna make her way to the top side of this base with that log launcher. Gonna rely on these logs to help take out that multi-target Inferno, as this Queen is slowly gonna make her way to the top side. And he does have a heal for this Lalo.
He does have the heal for the Lala, which is going to help for that multi that has the air sweeper still centralized. But I like this push coming in. Rocket Loon's coming out. We've got the Yetis working their way through. That can actually help with the Infernos, but they're working their way towards that single. It looks like that they're going to get pulled towards. We'll wait and see patiently. Royal Champ trying to take down. And what I'm surprised about is we're not seeing Clash Socks. Why are we not seeing Clash Socks? That's like the perfect sponsor for REM. If this is how he's gonna go about it. So we do hold that heal, and we were talking about this coming in for the multi, but the defending AQ is still standing here, which could be very problematic, though we do have the headhunters to come in, and we'll see the clip of the Warden ability, but that's really got to be timed right for the Town Hall equally as well.
Oh, wait a sec. There's a Warden. There's the Rage. These balloons are going to have to backtrack to the Town Hall. Come on, balloons. Come on. Wait, only one of them. They don't know where they want to go here. They're coming back finally. The pathing's a little awkward as the heal spell is nicely timed to heal them back up. What?
Yeah.
Wow.
The Eagle's still getting its last shot in, and a beautiful spread across to the multi. He still is able to recover it. It's a secret of the relaxed socks. And Arium coming in. Carbon, this is for the win. This means we get to see ClashMSTRS facing off against the Queen Walkers in the upper bracket match. And Marcos Gaming will have to face off against Strut. I mean, this did not go necessarily as he planned, but again, beautiful recovery comes into play here, and there you have it. We need to get him a sock sponsor, and I think Supercell needs to make sure that he gets some more Supercell socks to represent in here.
He does.
Maybe some Lucky Goblin socks.
You know, we do need to send him some Supercell socks indeed. So he's rocking some of those goblins or those wizards, wall breakers. Who knows? And they're actually very colorful too, you know? They got some bright yellows, those blues, everything for those socks. But yeah, beautiful job there for ClashMSTRS as they are going to finish with 13. So you were right on the 13 prediction from them, but the best thing that Marcos Gaming can get is 12, and if they don't triple, it could be a 13 to 11, and you definitely know that 11 stars is never going to win these wars at this stage.
Yeah, and we have 11 coming in for that final attack, so he's hoping to not get an 11, but at least finish off on a high note with the 12. So let's wait and see what he has in store for us. But I think coming off on the high note is definitely what's needed to build the confidence going in against Strut in the lower bracket. So here comes 11 with the Lalo, but we've got Drag Riders to mix into it, and we are sending in the Blimp initially to come through. We've got the Blizz to work through the Town Hall, raged up, ready to go. Sneaky Gobs down as well to take down the Town Hall, and the Super Wizards to clear out some of these surrounding defenses.
As these Super Wizards did grab the Town Hall, and we have two Headhunters, the Lava Hound being lured off. This is typically where you would either use a Baby Dragon to help clear the CC, but the timing of this Hound and Headhunters is going to be quite annoying. So there is the Baby Dragon. We'll lock on the second one. Okay, yes. So the Baby Dragon does grab the Headhunters. Queen's going to clear the Hound, drop the Poison Spell directly onto your Queen. No? Okay, there we go. Because that's how you're going to deal with these Lava Pups, as you're going to charge your Queen and King towards this Scatter Shot here to kind of get this Valley all the way towards the middle.
Yeah. So the King can work his way in. What I'm curious to see is if the Queen stays out and works her way across towards the center of the base here. She does have a lot of meat to pull her with the defenses and structures there. We do have the Ice Golem to help with the freeze radius. That is going to help for the Royal Champion, but she needs to go the distance. Taking on that Air Sweeper and that multi would be huge for this, and I think that's why he is indeed bringing in the Ice Golem to smash through. But the Queen takes a course into this compartment, and maybe not exactly where we want to go, but we've got that wall break that opens up to the single. But where's this Royal Champ? She's down for the count and not able to get to the multi, unfortunately.
Yeah, that multi is staying up here. The invisibility spell was not able to protect the RC as he was a little bit late on that, as the Warden ability is coming early to protect the Hound, the Headhunters, as he does clear the enemy Royal Champion. Balloons are going to path their way around, but we're going to probably find a million red air bombs here. We'll get ready. I can only see the up. There they are. There's the traps. There's the tornado. These balloons are going to get absolutely destroyed. And down they go.
Yeah, that is perfectly baited. When you have your tornado traps, if you're expecting a Lalo to come in, putting in those red air bombs is one of the smartest things to do, because as you can see, you just circulate those loons around and knock them right down. They can't get out of it, and you've just obliterated every single portion that remains there on the base. So unfortunately for 11, it is going to be an 11-star finish for them. Not necessarily the confidence they wanted to go in with Strut, but they've had a chance to see what Strut is bringing to the board, equally as Strut has seen for them, and that will be our lower bracket match. We'll see if they'll be able to contend against Strut a little bit easier, but trying to bring that percent up a little bit higher. This is unfortunate because these are the things that happen where, you know, we talk about recovery and how players can do it, but it's not always that way. You can't always recover when something goes very wrong.
Yeah, that's the thing. One mistake can cost you, but 4 mistakes is definitely going to cost you, and you're not going to have a chance at winning when you're only putting up 11 stars. So very nice try to Marcos, but they're not out of it. They have a second chance. They have a second opportunity in the lower bracket, but the opponent that they're going to take on is none other than Strut, who's going to be waiting down for them. So let's go and take a look at the bracket and now see who is facing off in these next matches to come, because we're going to be fighting the 2 teams that are going to advance to Sunday. That we will now see Queen Walker Stephanie taking on MS Esports. The winner of that match, which is coming next, is going to advance to the finals. And the team that loses will then take on the winner of Strut versus Marcos Gaming. So we could have some rematches. Let's say if MS Esports win and Queen Walkers get pushed down and Strut wins, there's a rematch, right? So there's multiple ways these teams could rematch going into the lower final. But man, these next few matches are going to be absolutely incredible, and the pressure is even higher.
It is, and you know, I'm looking at the YouTube predictions, and MS Esports was there at 67% of the viewer vote for getting the win. So the majority did get that correctly.
Yeah.
But the question is, who would they think is going to win between Queen Walkers and MS Esports and Strut and Marcos Gaming? So we'll have to wait and see as those polls wind up popping up in the chat. But you can always let us know as well here in the chat, as we can read it and see what those are. But this was an absolutely great war and showcasing for MS Esports that we got to see. And I'm very excited to see what we have coming up next, who's going to be able to advance on, but definitely exciting matches. Marcos Esports is definitely going to have to step up their game, as you mentioned. We saw the 14-star war from Strut, and that's what's going to make it tough against them coming in with 11 stars. That's why you want to finish off strong as possible, because confidence can be put down a little bit. But I think what they're hoping for is maybe some overconfidence from Strut.
Well, you don't want to be overconfident in going in any of these matches, and you have to take on each opponent with the same mindset. And you can't be like, well, Queen Walkers, we have to put everything in this, and then we could take a little bit of a break because Marcus only put up 11 stars. No, they had a bad war, and then happens. Can they turn around, right? And you'll be running a whole different set of bases, and maybe your bases you don't have the right ones for Marcos, as they could take you on with dragons, as they are relatively more of a dragon attacking team. And I'm sure that Strut knows this, and I can only imagine Strut and their base builders are sitting there. They got a binder like this thick that is just flipping through all the teams, all their scouting reports. They're like, okay, so I know that 11 hits with this. I know that they hits with this. You know, everything on all the players. I'm sure that was something that they've got at this stage of the competition, or even just going off the memory of the experience playing. But yeah, the pressure is on for these teams here. And again, we talk about it all the time. One small mistake will cost you a chance at that golden ticket.
Carbon exposing that secret binder. We're going to have to see proof of this. I think at some point it's going to have to come out. We're going to have to see the Strut binder and how they work. But we will be back with the next match after the short break. So hang tight, go grab a drink, and we will see you in just a few minutes.
Welcome back to the Clash Masters presented by Rush.gg. I'm Carmen Finn, joined here with Lady B for the next set of matches here in the playoffs. Yes, after all of these weeks of the competition through the qualifiers, the last chance qualifiers, the play-in stage has led to this moment. We have Group A and Group B, and today is Group A playoffs. We've had the first two matches, which the first one, Queen Walker Stephanie taking on Strut, and Queen Walkers were able to push Strut to the lower bracket, and then MSE Sports defeated Marcos Gaming, and then Marcos is in the lower bracket, but in the upper bracket final, Lady B, we have two familiar teams, well known to each other, almost kind of in a family, kind of a clan as well, where, I would say a family clan, but kind of same old esports organization kind of sponsored both of them.
Yes, indeed. Under the same sponsorship, but separate families still as well, competing for their own chance. I mean, they're not going to let either side have it. They're going to go hard, and that's what we expect. But the question is, for the chat out there, for those on Twitch and for those over on YouTube, who do you think is going to win this match from what we've seen so far? Let's take a look again at the Queen Walkers roster, as we do have Gaku, Kazuma, Stars, Klaus, and Yuta play. We saw some phenomenal performance from them with 14 Star Wars, though Kazuma was the one, surprisingly, actually, to pick up a 2-star, but it was more than enough to hold back Strut. But MSE Sports just showed a beautiful performance as well. So why don't we take a look at their roster, Carvin?
Yeah, MSC Sports has Arium, who is the Slackmaster, we should say, right? And then we have El, Kingsman, Nachoa, and Cynthia. And really, Cynthia was the first attacker in the last war, and he fell short. He didn't come in with his classic hogs. He came with a Lalo attack and was not able to get the 3-star. And of course, he did come in with the skeletons, right? The skeleton donut, which got an incredible value, but unfortunately, just the Lalo was able to finish off the base against Marcos Gaming, but he's looking to change that and get the triple against Queen Walker Stephanie here. And can he do it? Well, I'm sure he's going to be able to, right? I mean, to see Cynthia fail 2 times in a row, back-to-back, I think that's almost impossible, right?
That's like blasphemy. You can't even speak that. That could and should never happen. But we'll have to see again what kind of defenses that Queen Walkers have brought. Again, it was a 14 to 14 star war against Strut, but for MSE Sports, we saw that 13 to 11. So MSE Sports is going to have to try and hit a little bit higher this time and bring the right defenses. Gaku straight in with the Zap Quake, opening up the path for the Queen to get to that Town Hall. But we also have the Flame Flinger, and curious to see if we're going for that scatter shot down at the 6 o'clock side. Just has to be mindful of the mortar and have a little distraction. Often we see archers or barbarians trying to help out with that, so he could potentially bring it on a different corner to try and work his way through. But either way, this Queen charge is going to have some good connection working along, and we can try and force her into the center of the base, potentially to that multi.
Yeah, with that Queen going to get this value near the Town Hall, Dragon Riders will be after the fact. We saw Gaku in the previous war come in with some dragons, so he's been using quite a bit of the Queen charge into a dragon type of attack, as this one, the Dragon Riders later, but the Town Poison will slow him down, and the CC of Headhunters. But look at this, the Queen is just out of range of that Town Hall Poison, so she's not going to slow down.
Yeah, doing really well holding that strong, not having to force the ability, which is critical because we want to use that ability deeper inside the base where we tend to take on more defenses and often the heroes. Now, look at this. We've switched up from the Flame Flinger to the Stone Slammer, so a different plan in order. What I do suspect to see is the King coming in, trying to help force some of the funnel and work its way through. Brings in the Stone Slammer for the scatter shot position, working along with those Drag Riders. Early push coming in, and we're waiting on that Warden ability. We want to save that as we get a little bit deeper inside and need to use them to help flip the Headhunters and any additional damage. But the Queen's got a nice long path and drive to move her way through. But that wall break, not really doing, well, actually it is. It's getting the King working alongside those Drag Riders, which isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, not a bad thing at all, as the Dragon Riders are coming into the middle by that multi. Help take that down. Now they make their way over to the Eagle Artillery, and they take that down as well, as the Queen is continuing her path in, and there's openings in this wall, which means that the Queen will have access to walk all around this space. Makes that one Dragon Rider invisible onto the ground, actually, which is going to really help this Queen and keep her alive as the freeze spell comes out perfectly to help protect this Queen. And try to finish this one off as it's looking good.
Wow, absolutely beautiful coming in from Gaku. Great spell combination, using them to the max of their abilities to get what he needed out of it. Time definitely not a factor with 19 seconds left to go. But these Skellies actually could hold things off, but we've got the minions. They just need to go for the storage. Oh, and that Warden's got it done. One shot, and it's a 3-star for Gaku of Queen Walkers, getting just what they wanted from the start. and definitely putting on the pressure for MSE Sports, who you mentioned, since they started off with a 2-star in the war. So let's see if they change up who they're going in with in their roster.
Beautiful job there as they start off with a triple, and that's what they did previously. So the question is going to be, is Kazuma going to be the one that is able to get a triple, or will he fall short again and hope that their defenses stand strong, right? Because that's what was allowed them to barely edge the victory over Strut with 4 percentage difference, as Boom finished with an 85%, as Kazuma finished with an 89. So it's going to be close. I'm assuming Kazuma will be the next tagger for Queen Walkers, but we have MSC Sports first.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest question is, will Synthé try and take that first start again after the 2-star, or will they switch the lineup? We typically do see Ariam as that final hitter, but we can see like Elik or Nachoa kicking it off, maybe even Kingsman trying if he feels comfortable. Whoa, hold on. We're coming in with Mr. Ariam. No socks this time. He means business. We've even got face cam action going in. I think they're feeling the pressure, and they're taking this one seriously, not kick back and relax, staying fully focused as he comes in with a blizzard to start off the pathing.
Yeah, this one, the Super Wizards do path onto the scatter. They grab the enemy queen. They're going to grab the ground expo, and they're taking out some amazing value so far, as the Town Hall will eventually go down as he wants to path this queen to go get it. But there's a headhunter mixed in with these archers. He poisons it up to try to have this queen to get healed back up from the unicorn, but that definitely hurt that queen's health, as now he's dropping the Yetis, or the Yeti, to try to take out some of these Teslas. But these are, oh no, these lava pups are gonna force a queen ability.
This is gonna hurt because the king is down on the board, because he was meant to be used to funnel the queen up and around. There is no invisibility spell to help her out, and that ability would have been needed to be used without having well, the unicorn is alive, so the ice golem actually tanking here could do some favors as long as it takes the lead, which it's taking a little bit. He's got the freezes as well to hold off for the archer tower if need be, but she's come back to health. Beautiful range of that ice golem coming in, but the queen's focused on the storages, so has to drop another spell, drops in the loot to distract the archer tower, and this queen should just have it done with one final freeze. A beautiful recovery on this as we send in the royal champ to take on the centralized multi-inferno as Lalo works its way around the outer perimeter.
And that Royal Champion being able to then grab that multi-target Inferno, that's the huge difference. Being able to use the freezes and that queen to secure the Town Hall and not have to force to use the Royal Champion to try to take that down, as the RC took out the middle multi, as these balloons are continuing their way to the top side. Finds a Tesla farm, but the tornado trap was there, but that already went off. He's got a handful of loons, and look at this! He was definitely worried. He was sweating as the queen was not walking her way into the middle, or towards the Town Hall, I should say, and is still going to be able to get a 3-star. Ariam, take a deep breath here, as you were able to adjust and be able to use the queen perfectly to grab the Town Hall. Well, maybe not perfectly, but use the spells just right to take the Town Hall down.
Yeah, I think not as clean as he had hoped, but I think we need to zoom in on that cam and see the sweat on his forehead dripping off, as that got a little bit too hairy for him from the start. But like the true pro that he is, he was able to really turn that around and make the most. That ice golem, obviously, the timing was perfection in the radius that it provided, and having those free spells definitely gave the queen what she needed. But also, like, if that unicorn had gone down, that would have been the end of the raid, because that really gave the queen just enough opportunity and health. So really smart moves coming in from Ariam to save this, and we've got 3-star starts from both sides. But I find it interesting, Carbon, because, you know, he was all relaxed at the end of the war in the last one. This time he's sitting upright and definitely focused. So, you know, when you see that, do you assume that this is them feeling the pressure?
I think so. Yeah, for sure. I think because Ariam's sitting up, he's focused, he's not leaning back in his chair. that he's taking this at another level, right? Because he knows that the pressure's on. And I think the last war, he was more relaxed because they kind of knew they had the win with coming in with a final attack. He didn't have to really worry about having to get a triple, as he was just kind of locking it up with the 2 stars. But either way, he always goes in for the 3 stars. This is the question mark here. Kazuma, will he be able to get this one done with a triple? Because he fell short in his previous attack against Strut, which got he got an 89% 2 star. So Kazuma, with the sneaky goblins to take out that town hall, very nice use of the rocket loons, which pulled some of the traps and took out the air defense to allow the blimp to make it in. The town hall is secured.
Yeah, and a nice use of the lightning spells to take down the air sweeper so we can come in from this 6 to 430 position here. Queen's already on the outside edge of the base, but we delay the king. He just needs to make sure that he gets into that scatter shot compartment and gets the force into the core. Remember, what we saw last time, we didn't get into the core of the base, and that was what was so detrimental about it. You need to work your way through with the dragons, allow the heroes to try and work on the outer perimeter. Skellies to distract for the scatter shot helps quite a bit, and here comes the Warden ability. This is going to try and spare them through some of the heavy defenses, potential traps, and that single targeting Inferno. With the Raging combination, it powers through exactly the way Kazuma wants to see.
Yeah, with Kazuma's dragons going to the middle, multi-target Inferno goes down as he's still hanging on to this Royal Champion. But the Queen is getting locked onto the defending Lava Hound, which is going to be a bit of an issue as he does invest the freeze onto the enemy Royal Champion, but he's not able to take her down as the Grand Warden then stops targeting her. It goes follow the dragon. But his Royal Champion is coming to the top side to pick off the air defense to protect the dragon. We do have another Infrizz and a freeze to use with Queen ability. This one's going to be close.
It is going to be close. Giant Bomb takes a little bit, well, quite a bit of damage on the Queen with the surrounding defenses. Unicorn trying to keep her alive, but he is going to have to force this ability, try and get her boosted back up. Slight regenerative health as well for the Royal Champion as she works her way along. As long as Lassie takes the lead, this is actually looking good. Invisibility keeping the Queen alive, and we've got the slow-moving Rocket Loon now to try and finish it off. But the rest is all done. And Kazuma knows he's made it up for his team from that previous war, coming in with the 3-star and keeping them 2 for 2 on the board, keeping the pressure surmounting for ClashMSTRS.
Beautiful job with that dragons. And Kazuma is like, okay, I got the 3-star. Failed in the first war, but he does triple here, and that is huge. Because that was the question mark going into this one. Will he triple? Because that could hold them back. But no, he triples, gets it done, and is going to put the pressure on Stars, Klaus, and Yuta. That will be coming in to try to close it off for Queen Walkers. And those are absolute monster attackers. They are almost, it feels like, almost guaranteed to triple. But I say that, and you might, jinx him a little bit, but we'll see as they're going to come in with some crazy attacks as we have ClashMSTRS to come in next. Can they keep up the pressure? Can they keep bringing the 3-stars in? Because they know they're going to have to put up near perfection if they want to win.
They definitely will. Knowing what Queen Walkers came in with their first performance, this is keeping them on their toes. And again, interesting to see Ariam coming in as the first attacker, not something that we often see, but because they know he is their strong finisher, it's a great opportunity to bring him in as a starter. Give Synthé some time to recover off that 2-star. Kazuma really didn't have that opportunity, so that means we'll get to see stars coming up next. They just threw him in, threw him to the wolves and said, get it done. And he did, So let's see who we have coming in. Alec coming in. They're giving Synthé the opportunity to take some time to get his plan straightened and moved in order. But this, we have the Queen charge Lalo, and we do have the blimp. So we're working from the opposite side. We've got the Yeti clearing out some of the path. But are we going to send this blimp in to work through for the town hall? We've only got 1 super wall breaker, but we do have the 6-1 combination Zapquake here to come in, take on that single, and Expo, which is going to force the Queen's pathing a little bit further through.
Yeah, as this Queen's going to path her way towards the town hall, that's probably what it's going to do, as the Queen will eventually take her time, step her way to the right side and use the opening in these walls to get her. I don't see any other way that the queen doesn't go. This is like, unless the queen does something crazy, I just can't see it.
Yeah, she's got reach to the storage and everything. But I'm curious to see. Oh, he does switch it up to the Stone Slammer. I was actually curious to see. Ooh, he doesn't freeze a rocket loon. He does poison them. And this does heavy damage to the queen. Typically, you want to freeze up those rocket loons because of how fast they move and drop the poison on the super minions. Weren't even in it because they got frozen up. That slows them down in the effect. And he still does manage to recover and keep the queen going strong. But, you know, I was curious to see if we're going to see that limp actually come in for the multi and air sweeper in the core of the base. But we do switch over to the Stone Slammer, which can take a nice lead for the scatter shots. Kane's got a great opening, though, to take on one of the scatter shots. So this is going to be perfect. This is some excellent value coming in from Alec.
I didn't even see that pathing that he was able to set perfectly for his king to grab that scatter, set that funnel. But he was a little bit late on, or I would say, I don't know if it earlier went up, but like this balloon took quite a bit of damage from that scatter as he rages these balloons up, leading in towards that Eagle Artillery. We do have the middle multi-target Inferno that's going to be standing, and that's going to be a huge issue here.
Yeah, there's no heal. Ability's already been used, but we do have the Stone Slammer to come in. Queen still survived with her ability, but the King's burst his way through to take on the multi, distract the Queen. In the meantime, as the scatter shot, or the Stone Slammer opens up for the scatter shot compartment, and everything is distracted coming in from either direction. So this is going to be the 3-star. I think Alec was a little bit worried about this, especially with the multi standing, but he held his cool, kept his calm. I think this is the most maybe unnerved I've seen him in it, because you kind of saw him just push his hair back a little bit. That was slightly hairy, but still got the job done. And we are now 2 for 2 on both sides. So 3-star after 3-star is exactly what we want to see in these matches. We want to see them feeling the pressure, because don't forget, they're looking to get into the finals for that $10,000 and the coveted golden ticket into the World Championship. So there is a lot riding on the line, and regardless of where you go, you will walk away with some nice cash prize, but it's that golden ticket that really matters here.
It is that golden ticket that they're all fighting for, which they could get on Sunday. Yes, that is not today, it's not tomorrow, but Sunday is when we will be giving it away for whoever comes in first place. And like you said, $10,000 go to that first place team. They've been competing throughout the qualifiers, through the last chance qualifiers, through the play-in stage as well. And these two teams here are actually two teams that made it through the qualifiers, as Strut and Marcos Gaming, where Strut came in from the last chance qualifiers, Marcos Gaming made it through the play-in stage, right? So they both had to go in through that, as Marcos Gaming fell just a bit short from coming in the top 4, and Queen Walkers, of course, were the very top seed there. And will they be able to keep that momentum? Will they be able to keep the 3 stars rolling in, as they saw a triple from Gaku? They saw the triple from Kazuma. I'm assuming the next attacker is going to be stars. Yes, it is, of course. And he's coming in with a Skelly Donut. He's got the bat spell, 1 skeleton spell, and 4 invis here.
Yeah, we've got the multi that we want to take around, surrounding the CC and the air sweeper potentially, especially with the close proximity there. So let's see how he works on this one. Main focus is to ensure that both the multi and that the CC go down. The air sweeper, of course, extra bonus here. That's going right for it to try and take it on, and any extra skellies could potentially help out. Does he have enough time, enough power? Yes, he does, to get that CC down, but not quite enough for the air sweeper. So we'll see if that comes back into play. Either way, the most crucial parts of this are taken on.
Yeah, with that Clan Castle going down and Inferno in the middle, that's going to set up perfect pathing for the Lulz to avoid the middle, as long as he can continue to get the value with his, looks to be Flame Flinger. That's going to be towards the bottom side near the town hall. We have 4 builder huts all next to each other here. I would have thought that with all those builder huts, I would never send the Skelly Donut to try to take out a Clan Castle, because they would just been repairing it so fast. But Flameflicker is going to slowly work its way through. He does have an Earthquake to use onto the Town Hall to activate that, so that the Flameflicker will eventually target, and there it is. There's the Earthquake, as his heroes are coming into the bottom compartment.
But I like the way he's positioned this because he's going for the Battle Builder huts first before going to that Town Hall. So he can take these down, work his way up, and get through and in it. So this is working out very nicely for him. To get to the Town Hall, and he's actually pathed this beautifully. Heroes coming in, working together. We've got the Tornado Trap activated, but actually the Wall Breaker got flung, but just as it was opening up the compartment. Queen taking on a lot of damage, though, and needs to just burn through that ability to get a little bit more power. Let's see what the Royal Champ can do, taking on the Scatter Shot. A little bit deeper work in the base, narrowing out what the Lalo needs.
As Alalo's going to path this way towards the Eagle Artillery with another Hound. A bunch of... Is that 4 Headhunters that I see down as he pops the Warden ability to protect him? They're making their way over to that enemy Queen. The Flameflinger has secured the Town Hall here as the balloons are coming to the top side to help clear the Scatter Shot. And we do have a Sweeper, but out comes balloons and a Rocket Loon from the Flameflinger. And that one Rocket Loon was actually, you know, that's actually pretty smart. Because then that one Rocket Loon can fly in front of the regular loons and pull the traps and protect them. And that's brilliant. And we've got ourselves a 3-star here from Stars. And I'm actually thinking about it. You know, you don't actually have to have... You could probably use that CC more often with one Rocket Loon, because you could just fill up your clan castle using raid medals, right? With whatever you want. So you don't have to worry about a clanmate to have to be able to donate that to you. So I might actually start thinking about using one Rocket Loon in a case like that to potentially fly in front of my regular loons to provide some protection.
Look at this. Carbon already getting ideas out of this. This is thank
Yeah.
you, Stars.
Yes, thank you.
Well, a little bit more that you're going to see on Carbon's YouTube content there. That'll show how that works really nicely. But a great bonus as well with the new capital building and the raids, which are currently going on. Are you working in your capital raids right now?
I have not. I haven't done any of my attacks yet. I will eventually. For the last few weekends, the last 2 weeks, I've actually done them at the very last day, within the final hours. Because I'm like, I don't get to them in the beginning, as you could do it any time, right? You don't have to do it in the start, but you have to be within the first 50 people of your clan. Otherwise, you might not be able. You won't be able to do it in your clan. You have to go find a different clan to do it, and so that can be one issue if you have a lot of players on your team. But Kingsman,
well, there you go. Invites coming in for Carbon
here, right? Yeah, absolutely. 100%. But we have Kingsman with the Dragons. Okay, so he's switching it up from Hybrid, which was his first attack in the first war. Now he's bringing the Dragons and Dragon Riders, kind of the air hybrid version, right? The Hydra coming in into the Scatter Shot across the base, and get ready for that blimp to fly with the Warden. Yes, indeed. And let's pop this Warden ability to protect everything as the blimp flies all the way across.
Yeah, and also protects everything from that Scatter Shot. We want to make our way towards that single targeting Inferno. We only have one clone spell, so we'd likely expect to see the Loons coming in to clone up, take on the single and the Town Hall. Waits for it to open where he can get it covered and try and get the most amount of value with the spread, and that's exactly what he does. That is some exceptional value with the Loons bypassing the Poison Bomb for the most part and keeping the Drag Riders and Dragons outside of range. Now, this is really important because if you noticed, we started on the top side of the base with the King and Queen to take on the Scatter Shot, which means they have less health coming into the back end. So it's crucial that everything on the side and in the core get taken down, because the Royal Champ still has to contend with some of the remaining defenses, including that ground bow.
With that RC ability, to be able to skip across, hits the multi, Queen finishes it off, and we've got another 3-star coming in for Kingsman of MSE Sports. Brilliant. And look at the time. With over a minute and 10 seconds left, that's going to be that's going to help a lot. You don't realize how much that's going to help, because timing, if it's a perfect, or if it's tied in any way in this war, average attack duration is going to play a role. And if you have at least one attack that is super fast like that, that can give you an advantage that you have to start to think about when it comes down to all 3 stars coming in.
Yeah, it's it is an occasion that we have, which Carbon has just jinxed. We can thank Carbon as soon as that's jinxed. Blame is already going on you. We're shifting it. I will hand you over the sash and the tiara there.
No. I won't take that. I won't take that off your hands. That's all yours. That's all yours.
Next time I see you, this is coming with me. This is coming with me, and I think we're gonna have to take some photos. This is gonna be some Instagram opportunity photo ops. So we'll see. But this is definitely in a range that we want to see. We want to see these 3 stars rolling through. As much as we want to see defenses, we want to see the power of these teams and the power of the players. And we're seeing some variety. I know that there's a couple of people that are saying all we're seeing is air, but you have to remember these players, some of these players are very skilled in Lalo attacks, in air attacks, and you're going to do what it takes. If you know that a base is specifically geared towards either Lalo or dragons, that's what you're going to go with. This is all about getting the 3 stars. There's $10,000 on the line for first place in the finals on Sunday and a golden ticket. You can't be too picky and say, oh yeah, I just want to use ground because, those are my principles. I like ground. You do what it takes to get the job done. And those are the teams that are going to make it. So Queen Walker Stephanie coming in 4th attacker. We've got Klaus. Now this is a man who almost hardly fails unless something goes extremely wrong, and maybe he's being just a little too creative. But even with his creativity, we often see a lot of nice, clean style. He is just one of the most exceptional attackers in the game, most well known. And look at this, we are coming in with a nice, big, deep hero dive, pushing everything through with this log launcher to get straight through the core of the base, which does mean we're gonna spare this, this Lalo for the back end. With the town hall.
And he's investing a lot of freezes on this attack, and that's what he did in the previous one as well, with that log launcher across from the town hall. Ooh, that yak opened up that wall right there, which is going to force the queen to make her way to the right side. These Yetis, no, Yetis, you're supposed to go to the middle. Go to the middle multi, they do. Queen's ability goes off, and the middle multi goes down. So that's really nice here, but the RC abilities are also been forced, as now this Lalo's going to try to haste its way into the scatter shot with the balloons. As they make their way through, as now he's going to have to use a haste freeze combination for the town hall.
Yeah, and he has these 5 free spells that we have, and considering we've got the Wizard Tower and the Scatter Shot on the back end, it's good to have those freezes because he is going to need those not only to get through the space, but to hold off on the splash on the back end where he's got beautiful range and coverage to take it down. Nice timing on the Warden ability, but the haste, they need to get through. This is being held up. As long as there's no Tornado Trap, he's good to get along and drops in the heal coming through the multi, which is super, super smart here. But again, watch these freezes. He still has 4 left, knowing that he has to get through the splash on the back end. But a lot of red air bombs coming through. Not enough to hold it back. Klaus coming in with the 3-star. Ain't nothing stopping this one, Carbon.
Does he ever need his poison spell? I feel like he takes it for fun. Like, I just feel like at this point, Klaus just takes spells just to swag. I don't think he needs any spells in his raids, but he just, oh my goodness. Klaus, what an attack with 5 freezes, the heal included, and got beautiful value there, and just shows you the strength of his attacks. And that Lava Hound technically wasn't even needed in the end, because there was no air defense to fly to, and he just took it down and putting another 3-star on the board for Queen Walkers.
Yeah. And you see, like, the 5 freezes. I saw it in chat. Someone saying, wow, 5 freezes. But there's a reason behind it. These players are thinking about what's going to be left over, what potentially could not go down. If you got full value out of your Royal Champ, if the Queen had gone inside, yes, maybe the Scattershot Wizard Tower combination would have gone down. But that's the thinking of what if it doesn't. That's like your plan B, knowing that the freezes are going to help you through. But I do love the, seeing more and more heals coming into Lalo, because it does remind me of the old school days where we used to use heals for Lalo pushes. And they can definitely come in handy for those multis, and even some multis in the core of the base, and get you out of some sticky situations. so to say.
Yeah, indeed, it definitely can. Spells are there to save you, right? They're there to overwhelm bases. They're there to help heal up your troops, or even there to make you invisible, to make it so that you have a little bit more time to react or reroute your heroes wherever you need. But MSC Sports, are we going to see Cynthia come in next, or is he going to close this one off? No, he's going to close it off. We got Nachoa with the next attack. The Archer Tower just barely stays up. Going to use another balloon to invest to help take that down, as the Queen is going to charge her way into the Scattershot Ground Expo into the Royal Champion. As we do have the town over there, as the Blimp probably going to invest the Rage onto this compartment there. Yeah.
Absolutely. We've got the heroes around. We want to make sure that we get the most value out of those Yetis. Unfortunately, one getting sprung by the trap. Does it mean we won't clear it out? No, it doesn't. We do get the CC lure, but do we get the actual full CC lure is a bigger question. Doesn't look like it since it's just those headhunters, but still able to get the Queen to take them on, take down the Royal Champion, and continue on her way. One more wall break to get... Ooh, look at this, Garvin. Nice, easy opening to that multi, and it's going to be the Royal Champ that actually pushes her into it.
Yeah, the Queen's going to path her way, get some beautiful value, including the Eagle Artillery to the bottom side. Notice the Eagle hasn't activated yet, so he could just... Oh, now it activates as I say that. There's the Rage. Will he even get a shot off? It's got 2 shots to go hit the King. But the Queen done a Rage to take care of the enemy King as well. And this is looking really good so far.
Absolutely stunning. Now the King's got access to the bottom side of the base towards that multi. Queen could potentially beat her way through the wall as well to help out, but in the meantime we get the Lalo started, not wasting any time. Nachoa gets those loons in, nothing left over for any of the backside ends, so the Royal Champ and the heroes are going to have to work through, but they're bypassing. Did he drop an invisibility spell?
He wanted to make the Builder Hut invisible, so that the balloons path to the town hall and not the builder huts, but he accidentally misplaced it.
Oh, that is going to hurt. And the Royal Champ coming in to try and save this one. Is it going to be enough with the multi-mortar firing away? She needs 2 more shots. And she doesn't get enough. There are no battle builders here. So what does he have to try and save this? There's no Queen left on the board, no King. And it's a 1-star.
Wow. 66% won for Nachoa. That is just devastating there. And that's the 4th attack from each side. So that means that that's a huge advantage, as all Queen Walkers have to do now is get a 2-star. They win. Simple as that. Even a 1-star percentage, they can win. And that changes everything, because if they were able to 3-star, they were able to tie the war up and come down to the final set of attacks. But one misplacement, and that's what we've talked about all the time, not just today, but over all the casts that we do. If you just drop one spell wrong, you drop one troop on the tile wrong, it could cause a huge fail. And that one led to the 1-star.
It definitely did. And, you know, it's quick thinking that goes on. When you're loloing, you're getting everything going. It's a huge multitasking type attack. And dropping those invisibilities really do require precision. So it's a tricky move. And unfortunately, it did not pay off for Nachoa in this one. So we'll see. I mean, I don't know much what we can see unless Yuta 1-stars, which is very unlike, well, even though the percent in their favor still makes a big difference because of that 66%. So, I mean, I think it's safe to say Queen Walkers is advancing on into the finals on Sunday, but we still have 2 more attacks left to go. So let's see how they finish off, because you never know. I mean,
never know.
We've seen players just completely crumble for one reason or another, depending on baiting of bases. But let's see what Yuta can do as he works along with the Queen charge, Drag Rider.
As the Queen is charging her way into the enemy Queen, Scattershot, Super Wall Breakers down. We do have the Town Hall to the bottom side. Drops the balloon to test for Seeking Air Mines. There's the Giant King onto the cannon. try to force this king in, but there's a freeze, especially on these headhunters, to keep that queen intact and make sure she stays alive.
Yeah, and this is a big push coming in for the Town Hall with the Royal Champ trying to help as well, working her way in to take on this compartment. Often we see the Royal Champ actually working alongside the drag riders, especially if there's any heroes within that particular area. But we do have a headhunter. We've already taken down the defending queen. We've got the defending king still standing. But where is that defending RC? Because that's who I'd be most worried about. And I do see her up top there. So let's see what's going to be able to help take her out, because one headhunter does seem maybe like not quite enough. I think this queen's going to have to work her way through with those wall breaks and get into the RC compartment.
With that brilliant wall break to the top side, now allowing this queen to continue her way up there if she wants to step there, because she's going to go to the clan castle, then the builder hut, or the builder hut next. Then the ward ability protecting these dragon riders through the core of the space. The Stone Slammer finally just opens up as the dragon riders rage freeze up to the top side. We got a Tesla farm at the very top with another rage freeze and invisibility, and he keeps wall breaking this queen to continue her value through.
Yeah, I mean, the coordination of this is just absolutely stunning. You see the queen working with the drag riders, kind of taking their early lead, taking down that royal champion, and now the drag riders helping to support the queen to finish off the job here. We've got so much swag left over that isn't even needed. We know Yuta, he'll drop it anyway just for the sake of it, but that invisibility spell, absolutely unneeded. And that is not only the win for Queen Walkers, but that is the perfect war, which you said, like, this is what you have to get to this level. So Queen Walkers will advance on, but let's see if we can get a strong finish. We have yet to see Sinthe come in. He will be the final attacker, and let's see if he can get that 3-star and at least give the team a little motivation before they wind up in that lower bracket facing off either against Marcos Gaming or Strut.
Yeah, because the next match after this is going to be Marcos Gaming and Strut taken out in the lower bracket, so we will indeed see MS Esports again later today. They are not happy about that because they wanted to win and secure their spot and be done for the day. But unfortunately, they will have to play again, that 1-star. So we know that, I guess you could take a little confidence in that even if he was able to save the 2-star and grab the Town Hall, they still would not have won the war if it just resulted in a 2-star because of the perfect war that came in from the Queen Walkers. And Cynthia, I'm going to guess, is going to maybe bring some hogs, you know, maybe have some fun with it. I don't think he's going to bring, like, all mass hogs, but still, he's going to come in with a hog attack. It's going to be my guess. What do you think?
I hope so. I love watching Synthe's hog attack, and I do know that a lot of people out there want to see some ground attacks, so he would definitely be a crowd pleaser if he does. It's what he's known for. It's what we expect to see, so let's finish this off strong and do what he knows best. So again, it's still very base specific. If he feels that there's too many traps along the way, that it's not going to have the right passage, he could decide to go elsewhere. And I guess that is the case here because we've got the Snowlow. But we do have 4 invisibility spells to work through as we bring in the Skelly Donut here. So looking to take on the single and the CC. It's going slow, but the Quake. Genius.
The Inferno.
But the single doesn't go down. Look at that percentage, though. Like, look at that's hanging on by a thread, and the Battle Builder hut, or the Battle Builder now, is going to bring it back to life. That was like, you couldn't even see the health left over on that Carbon.
Yeah, that was so close. He unfortunately misdropped one small invisibility spell, just a bit to make the Inferno Tower invisible, which now is going to be a problem here as he drops the Wall Wrecker to go in towards the Town Hall. Going to be opening these walls, passing this queen in, but that Crown Expo is going to be a huge problem, forcing that queen ability now. Taking out the Expo as now the Lalo's coming on the left side with the Ice Hound the lead as the Royal Champion's trying to path in towards the multi. But is the Town Hall even going to go down? We got balloons, and yes, sneaky goblins help.
Yeah, so Queen bypassing the single for now. That's not a big deal for the Loons, but the crossover is. And also, we have the air sweeper just pushing the Loons away. I'm still going to have to circumvent that, but the Queen in a good position to take care of cleanup at very least. Let's see if you can recover the Lalo portion of this. And I don't think it's going to be easy. We've got this haste, and we could freeze up. Well, we want to freeze up holding on to the scatter shot and haste our way through, considering we have the wizard tower there as well. So goes for that first mark and going to drop that haste so he can try and quickly sweep through. But what I do like here, Carbon, is the split of the Loons, holding on to some extra for the distraction.
Oh, but the problem is we've got these balloons going down one at a time. And of course, the last building that would be remaining would be that single target Inferno. And that would have taken his troops down as he found a bunch of traps to the end. And unfortunately, Cynthi's also going to fall short. So this is only going to be a 12-star war for MS Esports. And 12 stars is definitely not going to be able to cut it against a team like Queen Walkers, as they just showed how good they are, that not even, they didn't even fail a perfect war. So the only way you can beat them is if you're faster than them.
Yeah, that's about the only way. But nobody's going to have to worry about that until Sunday in the finals, since Queen Walkers has secured their spot there. But this is going to give teams a lot to not only think about, but worry about. But before that, we're still going to have to see the lower bracket. I know you can see the disappointment on Cynthi's face for the team. This is not the performance they wanted, but they still have the opportunity to actually get back in it in the lower bracket. But we have one lower bracket match before that to find out who MS Esports will face off again. Will they have to face Marcos Gaming first, like they did first, or will they have to face off against Strut? And for these teams, I guess, you know, who's going to have the better defenses? So let's take a quick look at the bracket to explain a little bit more of what we're going to see here. We do see that Queen Walker's Stephanie do advance on. They do get that win. Lower bracket finals, we've got MS Esports waiting in the wings to see if it's going to be Strut or Marcos Gaming. And that is what we have coming up next. That is the exciting matchup. We want to see who's going to have to face off against MS Esports, and if Marcos Gaming can find a way to pick up those 11 stars, work them up higher against Strut, who came in with 14 stars against Queen Walkers. They have had the highest scoring stars against Queen Walkers so far. So, I mean, it's anyone's game at this point. Defenses really do matter quite a bit, as do offense. But you never know how you can trick up your opponent.
Yeah, and I think Marcos Gaming is coming in as a huge underdog right now. So if Marcos Gaming would come away with a win, then that's really going to surprise everyone. And then that would be a rematch of MS Esports and Marcos Gaming. But if not, if Strut takes the victory, then we got another heavyweights going at it. Just two teams that both deserve to be in a finals position. It really, you could argue any of these teams could be at the grand finals, taking on and trying to go in for that golden ticket. All these teams that are remaining are going to be putting on a show, but Strut is focused. Marcos Gaming is focused, right? Both of them lost their wars, but they know that Strut knows that they lost by 4 buildings to Queen Walkers, right? And as long as they can make that, they don't make the same mistake, even though that was just a 4-building mistake in that war, which is absolutely crazy. Marcos Gaming has to do a bigger difference, kind of a bigger jump to make that comeback of what they performed of only 11 stars. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, I think the problem, though, coming into this is, you know, and not to say it's something that Strut would do, but when you're going up against a team that you know that pulled 11 stars, it could be easy to slightly underestimate them, and what the decision is going to be as far as which bases you decide to use. You might wind up using the wrong bases to try and defend against them, because you're thinking in the long run of going into the lower bracket and trying to hold those better bases, right?
They should have the binder, right? The binder should be there to look, right? Just refer to the Strut binder, and you got scouting reports of everyone, right? I just don't question what they've got up their sleeves, right? Imagining they got it all prepared. I can only imagine. what goes
Is this
through.
like what the warden carries? Is that like the eternal tome of the Strut binder that he
Right?
carries along?
Right? Yeah, that spell book essentially. It's just crazy. But let's go ahead and bring up Strut's roster while we're talking about him. And here we go with Strut leading off with their captain. We've got Boom, followed by Ash, Mask, Yo-Yo 23, and Tryhard. And the storyline is really kind of like, well, Mask is the one that you kind of question. Does he come with the 3 stars? He did. He delivered. It was Boom that fell short. And we don't even have time to look at Marcos's gaming roster because we're straight into the very first attack. And this is going to be Boom leading it off. And he wants to turn around his first attack, which failed at an 85% in the previous war. And he wants to get that triple here.
Yeah, Boom didn't want to waste any time because he didn't want to hear about his 2-star. So he's like, no, I'm cutting you off, Carbon. Straight in with this queen charge. We've got the opening to the eagle to take on the defending king. We've got a headhunter that can help out. Reason why we want to use this is because the king does a lot of damage and the headhunter really helps speed this up and slow it down so the queen doesn't have to force through the ability, especially when she's taking on additional damage like from the Tesla and the Expo. But beautiful pass in allows her to hold on to this rage a little bit longer through the base, and of course the ability that we want to wait until we get deeper inside. We do have the minions coming out of the CC, gonna have to poison them up, slow them down as the queen continues her path going. But getting this king in for the scatter shot is gonna be huge. Freeze down for the rocket loons, and we are off to a good start.
Was able to clear that CC, but the unicorn is getting hit here by the multi, and eventually the healers might as well, but he does find a tornado trap with his king and royal champion to the right side. The queen takes out the sweeper, but these healers are dodging. They're not going into the inferno range, so that is going to be huge here.
That is very big for this, but it does mean that the Lalo has to work its way through, or that royal champ who's actually lined up with the king. So Blimp's coming in. Are we going to send in Yetis for the infernos? What do we have down?
Oh,
we've got the Yetis. Drops the
yes.
invisibility spell to help the queen with this. And the loons have the single under control. Look at the Yetis go. Those Yetamites clearing up the defenses. And this is beautiful. Queen's got an opening in the wall to actually get to the defending AQ. Though it does look that the royal champ is going to make her way quicker and help take it down.
That was a brilliant Blimp to go and protect that queen as he got the leftover rages for his heroes. And look at that, the royal champion clears the enemy queen just barely with almost no health, but he's got the balloons, he's got the queen ability, and he's got the 3-star to start it off for Strut. And what a way to turn it around. What an attack coming in from the captain of Strut, and that was a beautiful attack right there. Couldn't have asked for a better way to start it off.
No, absolutely not. You know, the team captain leading off after being the one to unfortunately let the team down slightly by 4 buildings. I mean, we're not even talking by much, is definitely much needed. That sends the motivation to the team that they're going to get it going, but they need a lot of work because they can't underestimate Marcos Gaming and what they can do. We did see some defenses coming in against MS Esports, so we have to keep that in mind because they did hold them to 13 stars, but the offense is what they need, and they do like their dragons. That is, you know, that's a hard way to go through. But let's talk about the Marcos roster because we didn't have the opportunity to do it with Boom's attack. We do have God Niru, Grim, Master Atif, 11, and Alfonso in the lineup. And, you know, this is a strong team. They've made it so far through so many different tournaments. We've seen the name quite a bit. And I just think that they need the confidence factor, and it's hard when you're in this situation, especially when you're going up against a lot of these top teams that they don't often get to face on a regular basis during tournaments. So that could be the difference maker. But let's see, because Strut is another team that is heavily streamed, that they could have their number on how to defend and also how to take down their bases with dragons if Strut is not prepared.
Yeah, I would say Strut and the Queen Walkers are the 2 most heavily streamed teams, kind of where their bases are burnt most by anybody, and you see them all over Legends League for sure. But we're gonna see Godfather coming in with the Dragon Rider's limping up the Town Hall with the clone, but he doesn't grab that Grand Warden Altar, which is going to be very difficult. And because that's going to provide a rip to the dragon. Oh no, that's going to hurt.
That is going to hurt. Yeah, this, I say it time and time again, the main point of these kind of attacks is getting through the core of the base so the heroes can work through the outside edge. And that is not what's happening here. That Grand Warden packs a pretty nasty punch. You still have the Queen and this multi, while the dragons, they're trying to work through high hit point structures. And that's where you see the impact of it. The multis don't do as much damage unless there are structures in the way distracting them. I was going to say a nicely timed freeze, but it was just a little bit too late. With the rage, wastes a lot of the spells that he has left over. And this is going to be tough, but he does have 2 super minions left and the Queen ability, just not enough power to get through what defenses remain, including the ground bow, the Grand Warden, and that defending AQ.
The Archer Queen has got her ability. She can get some value, including the enemy Queen, but her ability is going to be forced pretty quick as he's trying to save onto these super minions for as late as possible. But remember, the moment he gets near that air defense, that will absolutely shred his super minions. The ability went off. The ground expo is going to be a huge issue for this Queen. She could get healed back up by this unicorn, but the one super minion pulls a Seeking Air Mine right off the bat and goes down, and that Grand Warden Altar got repaired to full health, and the Queen is dying.
Yeah,
bye Queen.
That hurts. Super minion trying to do some work, but not enough. Again, the Warden is, I always say he packs more of a punch when he's on defense, but, when he's on offense, that's really where you see him very slow moving. You'll always see that Grand Warden Tower defensively easily knock down your offensive Warden. And when they're surrounding defenses is where you have to worry. So taking that down or not taking it down was a huge impact to this raid ultimately in the end. But this gives Strut a pretty good lead so far, percentage-wise, not too bad coming in from Marcos Gaming. They are hoping to hold back some defenses they were able to against ClashMSTRS, which means it is likely they could do exactly the same against Strut.
Yeah, they're looking to do exactly that. Can they do it? But the problem is, a defense against Strut is almost like, it feels like you lose the war because you can't afford to fail against them. You have to triple out to keep contention. As we saw, Queen Walkers in the previous war, they got a perfect war, and that's almost what Strut is going to potentially want to do as well, right? You got to be getting these perfect wars, you got to be getting the 15 stars, and you can't fail. And it's crazy to see these pro players coming in with these attacks and with what they do, and especially what Boom came in with, the way he was able to path the Queen, the Royal Champion, so many different phases, how everything was, okay, my Royal Champion's going to move away from the Inferno, Queen's going to walk around blimping, and it's just everything just planned to a T. But unfortunately, Marcos Gaming, when you come in with the Dragons, if they don't get that initial value, then they fall short, right? They don't necessarily have that plan for later on, and they get picked off. But Ash is coming in with the Skelly Donut, and the Skellies do indeed take out the Clan Castle, but the Inferno Tower doesn't go down.
Yeah, and we've got one of these interesting attacks where we do bring in the Drag Riders and the Lalo combined together, but I noticed 3 Rocket Loons in here as well. Not getting down those Infernos does mean that he's got a deeper push for the heroes to get in. They need to get more value, but the King's on his path for the Town Hall, which he initially was intended for. Queen's wrapping her way around. It would have been nicer to see actually the King kind of work through the center of the base instead, but this Queen needs a tank and power to come in, and she is way far behind from these golems. So let's see what the Royal Champ can do. Maybe not so much considering the giant bomb and surrounding defenses here and that expo.
Yeah, this issue is the Queen. Will she be able to get towards the Town Hall as he invests the freeze spell? He could drop the Stone Slammer for the bottom. Yeah, he can drop the Stone Slammer for the bottom multi as the invisibility spell is used for this Queen with the Queen ability intact. She's going to step in, but he did pull the Tornado Chaplet that was behind the tunnel, so he doesn't have to worry about pulling a tornado trap for the Lalo portion as a Dragon Rider tries to come in for the multi, and it's going to be able to make its way through, but can he take it down?
No, that air sweeper, too much resistance, finally drops the freeze. Is it enough now with the freeze and timing? It is just enough to get that done. So with the Lalo started, the Stone Slammer did open up. No more protection here, but we still have another multi to worry about. And he's only got one freeze, and he's still got the scatter shot to contend with. So this has gone in the wrong direction, unfortunately, for Ast. And it's going to be a very difficult recovery for a 3-star.
Well, we got Dragon Riders to the left side, so they can get some nice value into the core near that middle multi. The Hound's protecting. He can drop a freeze. He's got one haste spell. The Hound actually pulls a bunch of red air bombs, which was brilliant. Nice value there as the haste is going to shoot these loons across to the single, pull some traps, and the Dragon Rider is going to take it out. And he's got enough here. 30 seconds. He's got it. I think so. Yeah.
Okay, as long as that king doesn't distract, we've got the Drag Rider split up nicely, going for the defenses. We still have the Dark Elixir storage up. Warden's going for it. And yes, indeed, just by this, just by the skin of his teeth there. Getting it done with a lot going wrong in that one. So beautiful recovery. Ast keeping calm, cool, and collected in that does give them the lead against Marcos Gaming. I mean, they had the lead, obviously, but we'll see how much more of a lead if they can hold another defense coming into this one.
Well done there, getting the 3-star. And we talk about it, 3 stars keep rolling in for Strut. Because they win this one, they would take out MSD Sports, who would weight them still in the lower bracket, right? Only one of the 3 teams in the lower bracket can make it to Sunday, to the final stages. And that becomes more of a kind of best of 2 format, where it still will be single elimination once you make it to that part, but you get to play 2 wars, right? You get to add up the total stars between that. So it's kind of like you almost have a second chance, but you have to keep that first war in mind as it does play a role. But Marcos Gaming, you're going to have the 3-star. You're going to have the 3-star, almost 3-star out to have a chance. As Grim, I think Grim took Mass E-Dragons in his first attack, so he's switching it up and bringing the Skelly Donut. Lalo with the bats, the Skellies, the Invis is down, trying to take this CC, the multi. Can he do it? Come on, Clyde Castle, go down. Other Inferno, go down.
And
yes,
single?
and...
Oh, wow. Some beautiful value out of that carbon.
Yes. Very nice.
So, we've got the king already started, situating his way towards a scatter shot. Gets the opening. We've got the giant flinging, not protecting, but we do have the backup of the ice golem to take the lead in. Now, this is sectioning off the queen to push her way through into the opening of the base, and we do have the blimp that can take on the town hall. So this gives a lot of opportunity to work inside. Everything's cleared up, so the queen should have her opportunity to work through the core of the base, unless the king, he's going to take over and take the lead. Means the queen's going to get forced into the town hall.
No, I think she's going to go... Oh, she is. Okay, I was worried that she was going to go up towards the single target Inferno where the Royal Champion's going. Her ability helped force that funnel as the queen steps in, grabs the town hall, but that single target Inferno has, like, no health. That's next to the Crown Expo. Just like one balloon death damage would take it down.
And that's what he's sending in, too. One for Coco and one to ensure that it goes down. So you can see a little bit of the spread on it. Obviously, it's taking the lead. Ooh, but we've got two Sams, unfortunately. So Mask maybe prepared for that. So the Stone Slammer will have to come into play and work its way over, but it doesn't have the pathing. So that's going to be one of the last things standing as it loops around the space.
As the Lalo's coming into the enemy queen, scatters up, but there's the Tesla farm over there as well. The Warden ability protected actually one of the hounds, and that one hound that got protected by the Warden Eternal Tome is now got tanking so much to keep that other hound alive as he flies his way across. But the enemy queen needs to go down. Come on, balloons, take her down. Yes, the queen goes down finally, but he's only got 45 seconds left.
Yeah, this is not a lot of time to work his way through, but he does have the Stone Slammer and the troops to come out of it. Problem is the resistance from the Air Sweeper, so finally drops that freeze to try and get a little bit more power coming through. The main pack of loons working together on the outside, but you've got the splash of the Wizard Tower slightly split up here is actually going to help him out, but he's got to get all the way back to the single and the ground expo that still stand. 20 seconds. Is it going to be enough time once they get to the bottom side of this base? That Archer Tower is pulling them down, going for the defenses, and they still need to work their way up with no haste to do it. So we are talking about a time fail on this one. It's going to be a 98 or 99. A 99%. And that keeps them now 2 stars down from Strut. I got to tell you, those Sams worked out perfectly. Not just one,
it did,
but 2.
Yeah, because those Sams were there, helped take down the balloons, and not take down the single. And then it time failed because there was a minion or 2 that ended up going to the single, of course getting picked off. But if that single wasn't there, the minion would have been able to work on the ground expo and take that down, and he would not have time failed. So that's how big those 2 sinking air mines were. If he invested like 3 balloons, maybe that would have been able to take it down. That could have been all the difference in that war to get the 3-star.
Yeah. So again, it does situate them 2 stars behind, which can be, you know, it can be tough when you're in this position. You know, you're against Strut, you know, you're 2 stars down. What you're hoping for is a defense coming in. And we have Mask. Mask is known as one of the best hitters alongside Rakira's. During ESL last year, they were the 2 top hitters in Europe. But we know that he also does happen to get some nerves from time to time. We saw it in the Worlds. So for here, with the pressure on, Marcos Gaming is relying to see some nerves. They're hoping to see it, but with a 2-star lead, how nervous do you think he could be? Beautiful Zapquake taking down the Expo and the single in the back end. But yeah, you would be nervous?
I would be freaking out. Yeah, I would be. if I had, I would put my heart rate monitor on, and it would be like just shooting through the roof like crazy. Oh my goodness, I could only imagine what's going through these players. But I mean, then again, remember, these players have done it so many times, right? They have done it in this pressure situation, but it's been a while since they've done it in person. So they're trying to get that golden ticket. Let's hope that the finals is in person, right? That's our hope. That's our dream. That's what we want to see, because it's been, what, 3 years? Is it really been since 2019? Like, it'll be 3 years since that we've seen like an in-person event for Clash, which is wild. It is absolutely crazy, but we love to see it, right? But Mask coming with the Dragon Riders, pops that ward ability. Come on, can you get this value as they are going to path their way towards that scatter shot?
Stone Slimer taking the brunt of that scatter shot, which is perfect, especially since it was under the Warden's Tome. Queen still carrying on strong with her ability, has the opening to the core of the base here to actually take on the defending Queen. No rages, but the ability should be more than enough to take this down. Healers are going to suffer a little bit, but not too much. This is pathing very nicely with the Royal Champ still holding on to her own ability for this back-end scatter shot, but comes into contention with the defending Queen. So Queen needs to force her ability to take her down so she can launch that Seeking Shield, gets a shot off on the scatter shot, but can she get in there, get those Drag Riders to take it down as everything is distracted? Oh, we've got the invisibility, getting those minions in to take some damage. That is smart.
Wow.
200 IQ. And the Royal Champ gets it down. So Mask pulls in the 3-star. I saw, you know what I saw, Carbon? I just saw a little coming in from Mask.
Right? Whew. That's the best way to classify it. Whew. Got it. Taking a deep breath. Wipe the sweat from your forehead. And you got the 3-star for Strut. So now they are 3 for 3. And if we got another fail from Marcos Gaming, they'll be down by 3 stars with only 2 attacks left. And I feel like that's impossible to make a comeback.
That is, it becomes very difficult unless you see some one-star defenses. And we can't say that that's not prone to happen. I mean, there are occasions where things go extremely wrong. You know, Queen AI can kind of mess you up, or good trap placement can really, you know, push things along in an opposite direction. And, it, you know, no matter how big of a pro player you are, it does not mean you can recover every situation. We've seen it. You know, these are humans, you know? They're not robots. They're not gods. Some of them may be demigods, who knows, but
I mean, Cynthia might be a robot with the way how he's just some crazy creative stuff, but yeah, like we saw, he doesn't 3-star all the time, right? Just like us, right? We don't always 3-star, but there's some players that you think are robots, but it's hard to prove otherwise, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have Master Teep coming back in. We know that Marcus Gaming is very secure and confident in their Hydras and Drag attacks, but they have been struggling a bit with the bases that they've imposed, and it's almost like these teams kind of prepared for it. But the biggest problem is them not getting into the core of the base. It was a beautiful blimp that sailed through, but he's got to get through the core, and that's the main thing here. Looks like he's losing out a lot of power, but there's no singles to worry about, and this gives the heroes the opportunity to work through the back end. But I see that Warden Tower still standing, which was a problem the last time around on this.
As the Raw Champion is coming to the top side, all the dragons are gone. This is a huge problem now, as this does not look like it's going to 3-star, and they are going to be down by 3 with 2 attacks left, and Strut is going to be able to casually and walk away. They don't have to worry about the final attacks coming in. They can just come in with 2 stars and get an easy victory and roll their way in, as the defenses have been the name of the game, and Marcos Gaming unfortunately will not be able to get it done, as they have just been falling short in their first 3 set of attacks.
Yeah, this is a bit unfortunate for Marcos Gaming. They've made it this far. They had an excellent run, and we got to give them a huge shout out and kudos, because only 8 teams actually made it this far, and they still will walk away with some cash prizes. Definitely came in showing some defenses, as we saw against ClashMSTRS, and even through the tournaments, they've shown their ability to wind up making it into this position here, but not their day today. Getting to the playoffs is a huge accomplishment, and they should be proud of themselves. So we've got to give a huge shout out and kudos. But you know what this means, Carbon? It does mean that we will be likely seeing, and I say likely, seeing the Strut versus ClashMSTRS match. We still have a lot of war left. And again, I never discount German Wi-Fi.
You say it now.
Yeah, I mean, you never discount German Wi-Fi, let's be honest. We unfortunately did see a disconnect on a war recently as well that wound up being like 35%, and definitely could have been a turnaround. So you never know what could happen in a match, and unfortunately with disconnects there are no redos. So that's something that you have to worry about and take into consideration. That could easily turn if there's a few big hiccups, but that would have to be a lot of big hiccups with the 3-star lead. So let's see what Marcus can do to finish us off strong, and what Strut can do as well. Queen Walkers came in with that vicious 15-star war, flexing to get in. Can Strut, perhaps, I can't say it, can they come in with the PW is the secret code that Itsu and I have learned. The PW.
Yes.
Can they come in with the PW?
I think they can. I think they definitely can, at the rate that they've been 3-starring for sure, right? I mean, who do we have left? We have Tryhard still to attack, I believe, right? Because we've seen Asp, we saw Boom,
Yo-Yo?
and Yo-Yo.
Yo-Yo?
Oh yeah, Tryhard and Yo-Yo are the final 2. I'm gonna guess Yo-Yo might be next, as Tryhard sometimes probably likes to come in last. I don't know. It could be either way. They could really attack in any order, but they are indeed trying to get all triples in this war here. All they really need is just 2 stars, and they'll be victorious, right? That's all technically they need, but their focus right now is 2 stars. Then they get to 3 and see if they can do it.
Yeah, we'll see what this turns out to be. A little more patience. And here we go. It is Yo-Yo coming in. So we will see Tryhard hitting last. Yo-Yo opting to go for what he enjoys doing, and that is the Lalo, but we've got the Snowlo instead. But we also have a bat spell, so I'm curious to see how he's going to use this, maybe to distract an air defense on an entry point to try and work his way through the base. But he's got a nice push coming in to the core with the queen and the king, using that log launcher to open up. And we'll see some Yetis cropping out to help out with the multi, taking on some of that damage, and the Royal Champion taking on the other multi. So this is leaving for a really nice path for this Snowlo.
That log launcher was barely able to clip the multi-target Inferno, and then the Yetis finish it off to grab that. So now there's only one Inferno tower left. What, Yo-Yo? Are you serious?
Are the Yetis even going to get it? Like, they're stuck on the Royal Champion, unfortunately, but I can't believe that opened so far through. Like, had this been a Queen charge, you could have gotten straight to the Town Hall. Queen, though, luring the CC Hound to the outside edge. King is taking care of some of the cleanup, but we've got the Lalo underway, freezing up that Giga Inferno, giving this an opportunity to work through. Pops a Warden Tome to try and get the Loon safely around it, and drops the heal coming out. And this is perfect because we've got the Tornado Trap, but they need to sweep through fast. We've yet to see where this bat is going to come in to distract. We're going to use it maybe for the scatter shot here, perhaps, coming in. Drag Riders also helping out. But let's see where we come in.
Yeah, the bats are going to provide a little bit of distraction as the freeze comes down. The Dragon Riders onto the scatter balloons are going to be able to finish off these final buildings. And another 3-star coming in for Strut. Going 4 for 4 here. Look at that. He's happy. And we definitely know Strut is going to be advancing, as they have such a huge lead in this one. I just can't see anything else happening in this war. But GG, that is now 12 stars for Strut. Even if Marcos gave me... Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the smile on his face, you know, knowing that basically secured it, because Tryhard just needs to get like 1 star. That's it. 1 star to secure the victory at this point. So as long as he shows up, I don't know what French internet connection is like, but I mean, for Strut, they're going to keep their fingers crossed. But the main thing is that we want to see Marcos Gaming also finishing off strong, because we know they had a solid performance, and we want to see those 3 stars rolling through. But we do know that we are going to see MS Esports officially facing off against Strut. So this is going to lead for another great match. And we, of course, already know that Queen Walkers will advance on into Sunday's finals. But don't forget, tomorrow you're going to be casting with Itsu for that Group B round, which is also going to be very exciting to see with the teams that we have lined up there.
I think unless you might be casting with Itsu.
Oh, I'm casting with Itsu. That's right.
You're casting.
That's right.
Yes.
I forgot. I'm casting with Itsu. So this is going to be exciting. You're going to be casting the finals with Itsu, and you know what?
Yes.
I'm going to be kicking back. I'm taking Sunday off. I'm going to be watching. I might need to set up. It's going to be sunny out. I think I'm going to set up my computer or TV outside.
There you go.
So I can just chill. But I'm going to be in the hot tub watching you guys.
Oh.
And that's going to be my day. So that's going to be awesome for Sunday's finals. But let's see where 11 comes in here. Not the final attacker this time around, but coming in with the hybrid.
The hybrid indeed, with 16 miners, 10 hogs, as this queen is going to be charging her way towards the top side. Okay, he drops the invis. I don't know if the invis was necessary. I mean, I feel like the queen would have gone to the left side either way, if that's where you wanted the queen to path, because he did a little bit of a funneling to the bottom side of the town hall. But he wants to continue to pull a little bit more of the CC, which includes some super minions. As let's get this poison spell down, as this queen's gonna charge her way in.
Yeah, holding on to this very nicely. Headhunter's doing some work, but it's the poison that really matters. Gets the rages down on the healers, but not all of them. It's just enough to spare the queen's ability, which is definitely needed here. And there go down the super minions through the poison. So healers, only 1 just in the way, but the queen takes down the town hall and Giga Inferno just in the nick of time. But we do see the Copaloons coming through, and the king starting off the rest of the pathing for this queen, and the hybrid working on the outside of the base. We use that king to actually ensure that the miners stay pathed inside the core, since they go for any target where the hogs go for the defenses.
Yeah, they're making their way in. He can pop the war internal tome, but he's waiting on it. Finally pops it now through the bomb tower, as the king's ability can go off, and he pathed this wall break in so that the king can go for the eagle artillery, as we do find a Tesla farm now over toward the right side as he's continuing this path through. He's lost a handful of the hogs, as he has a little bit more hogs through the planned castle, but the queen lost her healers as the hogs now path to the middle multi.
Wow, and launches that Seeking Shield, keeps that Royal Champ. That was a great use of it. I mean, holding the ability to the very end gives you that extra bonus of the regenerative boost, because she almost gets about 75% health back coming into it, so you can get more value if you are patient with it. You just have to be mindful of what's coming in and around her. That gives the queen a little bit of opportunity to get damage on the scatter shot. This is going to give the miners opportunity, because there's no battle builders around to pick it back up. He's got what he needs, but does he have the time with 27 seconds left to go, and the storage is remaining, and I'm not sure if there's anything else down below that didn't go down.
Wow. That scatter shot goes down the final shot, but the king doesn't have much health. These two defenses. Oh, the owl's gonna try to help, but the king is going down. Down goes the king, and we got another fail. A time fail here. Will the owl be able to take out the arch tower? I think it might have with one more shot, but oh, this is definitely not Marcos' game at all. Wow. Marcos Gaming coming in with all 2 stars so far, and they only got 8, which means that even if Tryhard's Wi-Fi got 0, a full-on disconnect, they still win, even without Tryhard's attack. That's how dominating Strut's defenses were, and not even a single triple so far from Marcos Gaming. Now that is something that's very surprising.
Yeah, you know, I think it's that Strut book that they've been looking through. You know, this
it's got to be.
That we have looking through Marcus Gaming with defenses. Yeah, I think that's what they've been doing here. Little known secret, I actually have a copy right back here. So for anyone who ever wants to see, we've got the Strut Gaming book on hand. But yeah, so Strut now, I guess the question is, will they finish off and try and put a fearsome perfect war on the board against going for ClashMSTRS? You know, Queen Walker's finished off strong with the 15-star war, but Strut still has a way to go. ClashMSTRS could have their number. This is another rivalry that we do get to see often, because they face each other quite a bit, and these teams know each other very well. So Tryhard finishing off for his team, and I think a 15-star war could really motivate them and maybe intimidate ClashMSTRS. So with the Snowlow, again, that we get to see, also bringing in the heal to work through possibly the multi that we have here.
Well,
but maybe not with the log launcher,
As the log launcher is perfectly pathed in to take out that middle multi. Great job with that line coming in, opening these walls for the king as well, and the king finally does come back around. But he'll go down pretty quick as the logs are taking down the Inferno Tower. We will have a Yeti probably come out of here. Yep, Yeti's come out to go grab the multi, as the queen is continuing her charge towards the right side and eventually making a town hall, and then he's just gonna Lalo over. We're seeing a lot of this where the Lalo is just gonna come over the town hall here.
Look at that Yeti picking up the single targeting Inferno, gets everything open, and I gotta say that was one OP Valk that got a lot of value, keeping the queen alive with her ability intact. And this is an easy push for his Lalo. He's got a heal to come in for the multi on the back end with the Royal Champion. He's got freezes, he's got invisibility spells, 2 haste, even can poison up that Royal Champ if he wants, but the Headhunters doing their job, knocking her down.
Wow. Absolutely incredible. And Strut, I feel like this is a I wouldn't say new attack, but this is like a different attack that we really haven't seen of using the log launcher all the way through the course. So it's kind of mixing it, bringing it back, but using the heal spell after you wallow over a town hall, right? Warden ability over the town hall, and then heal those balloons over it with the red air bombs. And there we go. A perfect war coming in from Strut. And you can say it now. They coming away. They got the perfect war. We saw Queen Orchid Stephanie get the perfect war that they're waiting in the playoffs. So that will be on Sunday. This is already playoffs, but they will be the final four. But Strut will be moving on to take on MS Esports in the next match after this. And that one is going to be a giant match. It could go either way for that one, whichever one just doesn't make that one small mistake. But Marcos Gaming, it just wasn't their war here.
Unfortunately not, and they still have one final attack to go. So let's cheer them on as they come through with that attack and see if they can finish off strong with a 3-star. Again, we know that they've, you have to give them credit for making it this far. How many teams actually played through the 3 qualifiers? We're talking about 3 days, three days of each 3 qualifiers. We had 4 days of LCQs to get here. That's a lot of matches, and we had what, like hundreds of 200s of teams going through in the qualifiers. So that's huge.
There was tons of teams, and unfortunately all those teams that were not able to make it to this point wish they were here just to try to have a chance. But Marcos Gaming deserved it through their performance, through the qualifiers, to earn their points, to get it, and then win within the play-in stage, right? So they had to even win again to make it here into the playoffs. They did just that, which a lot of other teams had the same opportunity, but were unable to do it. As now Alfonso is coming in to close it off for Marcos Gaming with that blimp. We're going to see a clone spell onto the Yetis as we find a Tesla form and all these ground skeletons that pop. But the Royal Champion does go down.
Yeah, Royal Champ goes down. Skelly's not enough to hold it off, but doesn't clear out the full compartment, can still get some of the outer perimeter items here. So that's kind of the most important thing within doing that. But I noticed that we have the CC to still contend with over on this side. So we are going to have to come in with those heroes, work that queen along to help out, take on the town hall, and also take down that CC here as well.
As the king passes his way closer to this town hall, there's quite a bit of defenses, so it's going to be surprising if the king ends up taking this town hall down. He could use an invisibility spell on him to force him. Yeah, okay, he does just that. All these small bombs do a bunch of damage to the barbarians as the king is working on the town hall. The ice golem perfectly freezes this area, and the town hall just goes down.
Ooh. Very nice. And we've got the Hound Lord and taken out. Queen hanging on to the ability, could actually get through this. Drops the invisibility spell to actually work through and try and spare her. But he wanted, I think, to get just a little bit more out of this, and actually does get the pups down. So we're going to have to send in the minions to take this, clean it up. That's better than anything else coming through, because once we drop our Royal Champion and those headhunters, that Hound would have been a huge issue, and we want to bring the Royal Champ along to work with this.
As the RC is coming in from the top side with the Lalo to go straight over this Eagle Artillery. We still have all the Inferno Towers left up with a scatter shot and even 2 air expos. That's going to be a huge problem, as I just don't see the balloons having enough, especially that queen. Going to be after the defending king, and he pops the Warden ability, which does clip the Hound, which should help with these balloons, pull some traps, protect him a bit, but 2 freezes. The pathing is not ideal here. Is they're not pathing to that middle multi.
No, unfortunately not. The minions do go for it, but that freeze was already wasted, unfortunately. Airsweeper trying to hold back. I think he had hoped for a little bit more value out of that Royal Champion, because she was coming just right up on it, but just a little bit too much damage coming in early on for her. And these loons will not be able to finish this off with 3-star plus. Time not on his side. But what I can say for Marcos Gaming here is beyond them making it this far into the playoffs, they are going to walk away with an additional $750. So they don't walk away empty-handed. They also get the prize money from their earnings in making it through the LCQ. So huge congratulations to them and their team for making it this far. But we are looking forward to definitely seeing the next match to come and see who's going to get that final advancement to the finals for today.
Ooh.
We'll still have more to come tomorrow, but we'll have ClashMSTRS facing off against Strut. But look at this, 15-10. I saw in chat on Twitch someone say, Sir Iron definitely earning his keep. He needs a raise. And
what
is that going to be true? Is that going to be true though? Let's see what happens against ClashMSTRS, because if he could get his team qualified, then maybe he could get the raise.
That is the big thing, is the defenses for Strut really stood strong, but the defense for ClashMSTRS also stood strong against Marcos Gaming. So it definitely was not Marcos Gaming day. So let's go take a look at the bracket here to see now the final match that we have here today, which is going to be ClashMSTRS taking on Strut. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Only one of these teams will be able to join and advance with Queen Walker Stephanie into the finals, which will be on Sunday. ClashMSTRS Strut. This is just going to be an insane match. What do you think the potential score will be?
This is a tough one, because I do think that ClashMSTRS is going to hold back Strut. These are two teams that know each other very well, and will find ways to beat each other. I don't think we're going to see, I don't think we're going to see a 15-star war, but I do think we're going to see somewhere between 13 and 14 stars from either side. I can't guess. What about you? What do you think we'll see?
Okay, I'll go on the extreme here, and I think we're gonna have I don't know. I want to say a perfect war. I want to just say they're gonna go at it, but Cynthi's been a little bit off, right? He's kind of fallen short a little bit on the previous two wars, so I'm gonna go.
In one.
Well, yeah, he fell short. Yeah, I'm gonna go 15-14, and I think he'll be one building. So a 99%. That's what I'm going to say. That's going to have how close. So, I'm really going out there. I'm taking a bold guess, right? Bold guess. We'll see.
I feel like Carbon needs a prize if he actually gets this on the nose.
If I'm right,
he's gonna have to get a prize for this. Yeah, if you get that on the dot, it's recorded. It's already here. It's VOD'd,
yes.
And yeah, we have it here for proof. But the question is, what do you viewers think at home? Who do you think is going to get the win? That's the big question, is who do you expect? And what kind of star count do you think that we're going to see here? You've seen both sides playing. Strut coming in with a 14-star war against Queen Walker, Stephanie. And we've had ClashMSTRS with a 13-star war against Marcos Gaming. So that gives you a little bit of an option of where they've been. But Strut just pulled in the perfect war against Marcos Gaming. Defenses haven't been too far off between those teams. And obviously defenses really do matter. They're not as easy these days. So when you can hold back, that really speaks loads to your base building team. So both of these sides have definitely stepped up their game. And that's where I think it is going to be close, Carbon.
Yeah, it's going to be a really close match, and that's what I want to see. I want to see people's predictions. I'm starting to see a little bit of predictions coming in. 14-12, some people saying Strut. I'm seeing 14-13 Strut. I'm seeing 14-14 ClashMSTRS. So be sure to let us know your predictions in the chat below, and join us, right? We want to see what you guys think, and then you can be like, yo, I called it, And if you want to even be more bold, get the percentage what you think will be on each side, because that's what it also can come into play. But yeah, as we are getting ready for these wars to be this final war to be spun, we're gonna let them spin it, have a little prep time so they can plan their attacks, and then we'll be able to jump straight into it. So we're gonna take a short break. I'll be back right after that. Welcome back to the Clash Masters presented by Rush.gg. I'm Carvin, joined here with Lady B for the final war today. We have Strut taking on ClashMSTRS. The winner is going to join Queen Walkers in the Sunday matchup. And oh man, we have some incredible attacks to see for this last war.
We definitely do. I mean, we've been talking about it before the break, where we think we've got some viewer opinions here. What I haven't seen is over on YouTube. That's where I want to see the viewer opinions of who they think is going to get the win, what kind of star counts that they're looking at seeing. I only saw one person put in 15. Just 15. Not even a team picked. So what do you guys think? Who do you think would win this war? We want to hear from you. We want to keep this interactive. We want to know your thoughts. You know, this is a very hyped matchup, just about as hyped as we had with Queen Walkers versus Strut from the start. Unfortunately, today has not been Marcus Gaming's day, but what I will say is, again, they walk away with $750, so they're not walking away empty-handed. And I believe loser of this war also walks away with the same amount. But the team that actually advances on still has to wait to find out what position they're going to be left in to actually get some of the final prizing here, as we have another war tomorrow for Group B and the finals on Sunday.
Yeah, let's go and take a look at maybe the bracket to bring that up so that we again can show the teams here where they've won, who is advancing, and we've got the final lower final there, which is ClashMSTRS taking on Strut to advance to the finals. And then Queen Walker Stephanie is already going there and as well. So we are going to be jumping straight into this match. No waiting around, no taking the time, and we're going away with Elk to be coming in with a Queen Charge Hog, starting off with that blimp to try to help take that Town Hall down.
Yeah, that blimp sailing right across Rocket Loon, helping out to sniff out some traps along the way. Sneaky Gobs make it in nice and easy, and just waiting for them to collectively come out, take out down that Town Hall, and not wasting any time. He gets the Queen Charge going simultaneously, gets a CC lured with that, and pulls it over to the Queen. So that is a perfect combination to work this along and save on time, which could potentially be a factor if we get anywhere near close to what you said. But you're talking about a 15 to 14 star war with a 1 building difference.
Yeah, that's what I was predicting. So we'll see if that indeed happens. Don't know. But Elk is trying to have this Queen charge her way in towards the Seagull Artillery and then come in with the Hogs, you know? The big thing is with Hogs, they really get affected by those spring traps. So will we find the spring traps kind of placed in the core where Itsu has talked about? That's the best place, obviously, to stop Hogs, but typically you tend to might put spring traps to try to stop Headhunters from taking out your enemy hero or your heroes, essentially the Queen or Raw Champion. Well, we got the King coming in towards the right side as the Queen is continuing her charge in towards that single, and the Hogs are down.
They are. So we get them rocking through here, working across, and they've got an easy path because we're not worrying about the miners. They're going solely defensively, which means we can have a wider spread. But look at how the King is pathing this into the center of the base. We do have to be mindful of the multi. We've got the heal to come into, which is going to help out quite a bit. This is going to spare the Hogs, give them extra boost of life as they make it through the back end with the additional splash. For now, this King, if he can push through, can try and distract the scatter shot, but it looks like the Hog, wait, no, it's a Royal Champion that was taking some of the brunt there. Just want to see that Wizard Tower go down and get that King into the scatter, and this is looking mighty fine for Elk.
With a few Hogs coming to around the base, grabbing these buildings and defenses, the Queen is onto the storage. Royal Champion is now going to make her way over towards the bomb tower and eventually the Wizard Tower, but the RC will probably be picked off by the Archer Tower. Balloon onto the cannon. The King's got plenty of health here to make it through, but we only got 25 seconds. I did say at 99. Uh-oh. I did. Oh, no. Is this going to be close enough? Will this get a 3? Wait. There's 13 seconds. Oh, no. No, tell me it's a 99.
We've got the Dark Elixir storage still left to go. Minion working on it. Wait.
What?
It gets
it.
Oh,
we got it.
It gets it down.
He was surprised. going to be I thought it was going to be a 99. I was like, it's going to be, I thought the war is going to be like 1% of a 99.999. And that could have been it right there. Whew. Okay, Elk gets the 3-star to start this one off. So Strut is going to be looking to answer.
This is like the wheel of torture of which player that Carbon has jinxed to the 99%. If these are all this close, this is going to be a very interesting match that we have coming in, and the blame goes fully to Carbon Finn, but definitely enjoyable when they keep it this close. So defense not holding off for Strut from the start here. Alex showing the power of MSE Sports and how prepared they are, ready to go into this match. That 3-star start definitely puts pressure on your opponent, but who are we going to see lined up for that first attack is the question. I mean, we've seen a lot of mix around from both sides of who starts and who finishes. So I don't know. Do you think Boom will take the lead again with this pressure situation?
I think Tryhard's going to attack. If I had to take a guess, you know. Oh, look, we're watching the attack already. Who would have known? I mean, you just never know when it comes to a Strut attack. Anyone can literally go first, and because they're all capable of starting off with triples. And we got that clone Yeti to try to help take down the world champion. Grab the Expo. Yes, look at the value he's got, but remember the investment of spells that he had to use as well. So quite a bit of spells had to have been used, and he didn't take out the enemy world champion, so that can be a bit of a problem here.
That could definitely be a problem, but let's see the pathing that we have going with the Queen. We still have a huge open compartment on the inside where the Royal Champion is accessible. But do we have wall breaks? We've got some openings. I don't see a jump here, but the King can use his sheer force and power to try and work his way through. And of course, we know that Queen loves to break some walls, so that could also be the other option within this one. King taking off a simple corner section here with the Valk to help out. This does help with any possible skellies along the way, but also does help force through the wall, which we do get the opening here for. So let's see if the Queen stays guided inside to work her way through.
Yeah, this Queen should path her way into the Expo and then a walk around the wall for the multi. Essentially, as that's happening, the Lalo's coming in towards the town hall. Oh, the Queen doesn't walk in. Yeah,
no,
it's gonna be a problem.
And the King's burned through his ability. We want the Eagle and the Royal Champ down. Freezes up the Eagle. King doesn't have enough health to take down the Royal Champion, so that is going to be a problem. But the Royal Champion does, if she passed that way, but she's already, the defensive RC is already focused on the Loons. So Headhunter's coming in to try and knock her down.
The enemy Queen is hitting these Loons, but doesn't have any Headhunters here because they died off to the enemy Royal Champion where the Giant Bombs were. But he does have a lot of Loons. Scattershot goes down. We do have an Ice Hound. Remember, once this Ice Hound pops, the Ice Pups will go and target the Queen and slow her down. There's the Ice Hound, which freezes. The Royal Champ is still up, but he's going to get it.
Oh, Royal Champ coming in clutch for this one. He's even got an invisibility spell left over. There you go. Look at that. Look at that satisfaction. That smile on his face shows it all. Little power pump of the fists. And they hold strong 3-3. So they are setting the tone as well, saying we're not backing down so easily. And, you know, Tryhard was the one to finish off the last war, if I'm not mistaken. So finishing off starting off the war strong as well, which I think is a little intimidation factor, saying, you know what, we perfected and we're looking to do this again too. But I still think MSE Sports has some tricks up their sleeves. I've seen them and they can be sly. So let's see if they can follow up with the 3-star first and then see what they have in store for Strut after that.
Yeah, beautiful set of attacks come in. 3 stars apiece. And, you know, Strut are going to have to be definitely more focused. They were relaxed against Marcos Gaming as Marcos Gaming didn't triple a single one of their bases, which now MSE Sports already has, and they're looking to put up a high-scoring war, trying to close in, and they're going to have to be putting up the 15 stars to kind of keep pace with each other at this point here in this one. And it's crazy to think that we've almost kind of become numb to the perfect wars, right? Where it's become just almost commonplace at this stage of the competition, where you have to be putting up that I remember back years ago, back when Tower 12 was maxed, and a perfect war was thought to be like absolutely insane, never heard of. And how times have changed, and times have changed indeed as the clan castle goes down to spells with that Skelly Donut.
Yeah, GG to Nachoa coming in Synthé style. I feel like Synthe's kind of spreading his vibe across the team, helping them out a little bit with these strategies. Does it perfectly, giving the queen the opportunity to work into that town hall. But we still have a lot more that can be picked up along the way. Obviously for her, she's not going to get too much value as she's working just alone with the unicorn, but she can clear up a couple of these defenses along the outer perimeter if she stays on course towards the left side of the base. But it's a Royal Champ and the King that have a lot of work to do, getting that scatter shot down, taking down the defending AQ, and really cleaning this up. But taking down that core of the base was definitely useful and helpful. I'm just curious about these air sweepers that neither did go down, so this could pose a little bit of resistance for the Lalo towards the back end where the multi stands.
The Hound does pull 2 Seeking Air Mines right over the Eagle, so that Stone Slammer can actually clutch and grab us some fantastic value through here. We do have an Air Expo to the bottom side, so can't really drop anything down there. As the Lalo is now pathing towards the multi to the top, so get ready to drop some Headhunters. Yep. Yeah, they are. There's the haste. There's the Warden ability, so they can shoot straight into the enemy Royal Champion, grab that value as he continues his way around with a handful of spells left.
Yeah, that Stone Slammer coming in, absorbing all those traps is exactly the reason you bring a Stone Slammer. Coming in, opening up some additional loons, and he does have the power left. I think the biggest worry was that back-end multi and the cut across through the base, but we don't cut through the majority of the damage zone. Even though we knock down that Drag Rider, the loons have the power to come in. He's still got a freeze for the Expo and Wizard Tower here, and an invisibility if needed to hang on, but I don't think that invisibility is quite necessarily needed, even with the tornado trap. So Nachoa coming in, 38 seconds left to go, but it is a done deal. He's got the 3-star in the bag. There we go, flexing it up, and knows that he's keeping up to par against Strut, and at least potentially taking the lead because Strut's coming in from behind. So there could be a defense.
Beautiful job there from Nachoa, getting the triple, keeping pace, and that's what they're going to have to do here. And beautiful use of the skeletons to take out the clan castle, the Skelly Donut, and of course, the Hound over the Eagle with the Stone Slammer. Fantastic value to fly his way through, and just using your queen for the town hall. I mean, we've been seeing some amazing Lalo attacks, kind of a mix in using log launchers, Stone Slam. We've even seen some wall wreckers here today, flame flingers. I'm trying to think, was there anything that we haven't seen? Have we seen a siege barracks be used? I'm not sure. I know we saw a hybrid, but I don't think we saw a siege barracks with that hybrid that we saw before.
No, I don't think we did either. I don't recall seeing a siege barracks. So yeah, I think that is the one siege machine we have yet to actually see. Maybe that's a challenge for these players. Bring in a siege machine. Come on, get that extra troop space. We know you've got hybrid attackers. Let's go, Kingsmen. Let's see that siege machine.
Yeah, absolutely. And because, you know, they could do almost any attack in the game, right? They could just bring a Barch and they'll find a way to triple with it, right? That's what they could do, but they won't do it at this stage of the competition. Maybe give them a little bit more time to plan, then they could do something crazy. But they just want to be getting the 3 stars, right? They just want to try to put 3 stars on the board to have the best chance to win and join Queen Walkers into the next round. And here we go, Yo-Yo with the Super Bowlers. This is the first time we're seeing Super Bowlers being used here today. And we saw plenty of Super Bowlers throughout the competition. But will Yo-Yo be able to get the triple here as the Queen says, hey, I'm going to walk all the way back up and around into this air defense here.
Yeah. Now, remember when I was talking earlier about Yo-Yo maybe being renamed Spammo23? This was because during the UDG Clashers Cup, his most used attack strategy has been, and successful, has been Super Bowler Smash. So not uncommon to actually see him coming in with this, but the question is, will he get the value he needs and coming through? And look, Carbon We've got the siege barracks we were asking for.
We do.
He took your challenge, came in, and then he's going to help with the cleanup. So we need to work through the core of the base. Multi's just creeping away at these healers, and the Super Bowlers are unfortunately just focused on the Town Hall, nothing getting into the core, and we're going to lose a lot through this.
Man, that Super Bowl had like the final shot, got the Town Hall down there, but we have two multis in the core of the space, and this is not good as the Super Bowlers are dying off. And the Valkyries are on the bottom side. He does have a jump spell, but you know you wanted to jump somewhere else. And this is a huge defense here for Nachoa, because I don't think this queen and the rest of this will be able to finish this off here.
There is no queen. Is there? Is she still on the board?
No.
Queen's... Yeah,
she's not
defending
here.
queen is going to be able to take us down. World champ trying to work through, trying to also jump the Valks into the core of the base. We do have that ground bow that's still pinging away, and you can see the frustration on Yo-Yo's face, knowing that there's really no chance of recovery here. It's all about percentage at this point, and this is what I was talking about. The defense is to expect. He has been successful with this attack, but it doesn't mean it's always going to go right. You do run the risk with it, especially with your troops not passing properly through the core of the base on, you know, these style bases. So World Champ bringing it not even to, wait, can this wizard bring it at least to an 80%? That is going to be quite a low score, giving a huge opportunity right now for MSE Sports.
Yeah, that's going to be a real pain here as the headhunter tries to help a little bit take out the storage and not going to get it. And that's going to be 80%. So 80% 2-star, that's like absolutely incredible defense to hold the Strut to. As MSE Sports, you know, they are extremely happy with that. To hold Strut, to hold Yo-Yo to an 80% too. It's just sometimes the queen goes the other way, changes your plan up, healer switch to the warden, and just doesn't go according to plan. And that's one of the issues that you run when the warden is on ground next to your queen or next to your stuff, where if you want to continue to charge through, he might just say, nope, I want the healers, I steal them. And that's what happens. It turns into a 2-star. And now, can Strut hold a defense, or will MSE Sports continue to pull in 3-stars?
Yeah, I see this is a huge motivational factor for MSE Sports. They're going to be riding high off of that defense, which means we could easily see a 3-star coming in. I mean, all those defenses that we saw against Marcos Gaming, did Strut use some of their best defenses to try and hold back? Did they make a mistake? Did they make an error and not bring the right ones to use against MSE Sports? So we'll see quickly here as Kingsman does come in. We've got the siege barracks again with the hybrid. Yeah, they're listening to us. I think they're listening in the background here, Carvin. But a nice charge to get to the town hall, working this queen through. Has it shaped up? You can see the storage that has already been taken down to guide the queen into that narrow opening in the corner compartment of the wall.
And a lot of you guys that are at home probably watching and looking at the defending clan castle, and you see a lava hound, a bunch of archers, and one headhunter. You might ask yourself, wait, why isn't there 2 headhunters coming out of the clan castle? And because that's a lot of times I'm seeing that. Well, the reason why there's like 9 archers and 1 headhunter is so that the 1 headhunter is then kind of protected in the group of archers, so that the queen doesn't pick that headhunter off and forces a poison spell. Versus if you had 2 headhunters come out, then the queen might actually pick off the headhunters quicker and not have to use the poison spell. So it's kind of a little strategy-wise the reason why you put 9 headhunter or 9 archers to kind of provide a little bit of a distraction. But either way, Kingsman is able to get through that. As we got some balloons, hogs coming onto the cannon to force that queen kind of into that poison, it looks like, of the town hall, and does route her back in.
Yeah, but the healer's just on this cusp, at least stays out now and keeps that queen safe, able to take down that single targeting Inferno without having to expend the freeze that can now be used for the hybrid potentially on the back end, or for the queen pushing through a little bit deeper in the base. What I like about this path is the queen is leading her way towards a defending AQ and that scatter shot. Depending on the timing, she could provide excellent distraction for this hybrid.
Yeah, the hybrid's moving its way through with the Royal Champion. Her ability's going to go off. Heal spell leading into the middle multi as Hogs are now just coming out of the siege barracks. The giant bomb trigger to the top side, so Hogs will not pull that trap there, which is really nice. As the RC's continuing with through, phrase up the scatter, the Queen staying alive and providing a little bit of distraction and cleanup help. And he's got it, right? With the RC ability, yep. We're going to see another triple from MS Esports.
Yeah, this is their confidence mode. They are not looking at Strut saying, you went in with a perfect war. They're looking at them saying, we want to get in there with Queen Walkers. We want this opportunity, and we are going to take it to get into the finals. Nothing stopping them at this point, not even the defenses from Strut. So, I don't know. Sir Iron, I don't know if he's going to get that pay grade. Yeah, we got to worry about that pay grade a little bit, unless the defenses come through. But considering we're heading into the third attack for Strut, this is really where it comes nitty gritty. You predicted a potential 14 to 15 star war. You did say 1%, but it could still be a 14 to 15 star war, I guess, you know, in favor. The way that MS Esports is going is just absolutely incredible. You can see that their spirits are up. They had some time in between to watch the, you know, like to see what's going on and just recover and get ready and prepped and get their heads in the game. I think at this point, Strut needs to do exactly the same. That 80% defense really, really hurts them. They need something massive coming in to try and trip up MS Esports now.
Yeah, that 80% Super Bowl attack from Yo-Yo, unfortunately, is going to really hold Strut back. So, feels like if I was in their position, I would be like, the only way we can win is if we triple out and we get two defenses. So that final two attacks that they're thinking from MS Esports, they need to fail. But Boom has to triple here. If he doesn't, it's going to be so difficult to make a comeback, as they would be down 2 stars with 2 attacks to go. As we've got the cannon going down to the balloon, as this queen is going to charge her way into this multi-target inferno and the defending king. Need a rage down? No. Going with a flame flinger. Finally dropped the rage. The healers are in range of the multi, and the healers are still getting hit. Oh,
wow,
no.
That invisibility spell did not really help out enough on this. Freezes up the multi and is not going to be able to recover this. They're going to die out. Wait, another freeze, and they're hanging on. But any traps, any traps, they're done. And that is a huge problem. No. We got to get those Coco Loons in. And, you know, I see Boom feeling the pressure here right now. Knowing that the 80% is there and that just MS continues to bring 3-star after 3-star. And I think this is exactly what you're seeing, and where you can see some small missteps.
They're going to be one-shotting the healers! And not even... No!
Wow.
You didn't even need red air bombs. No, there's the sticky air bomb, which would have taken out healer anyways. Oh, pops the queen ability. Bye-bye, last healer. Oh, Boom. This is going to hurt. He really wanted to charge this queen all the way to the core here. As the king is coming down to the bottom multi-target inferno, as the flame flinger is about to open with the Royal Champion down there. Queen's already burned her ability. And if the balloons don't path their way into the town hall, this could be a 1-star.
Oh, no.
Hang on here. The Lalo's coming in on the top side. He's moving his way through. There's the rage.
He's forcing it along. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Gets it through. Warden ability, but the tornado trap.
Okay.
He's just got to get them out of that. The tornado trap really holding this off and losing out so much. I think there was a red air bomb in there. Look at what he's lost. And we've got another low percentage coming in for Strut, MS Esports, with some amazingly superior defenses to hold them back 2 times over. Low percentages in the 80s ranges. We'll see a little bit more into these minions and pups, but this is not where they need to be. They would need to hold 2 defenses at this point, and some
not
2 defenses,
but 2 low defenses.
Exactly. And they'd need to pick up the rest triples. So this is, I mean, at this point, this is where you look at it and the team is saying, is this a done deal? Are we over with an 80 and an 81%?
Yeah.
How do you turn back from that?
That hurt. That really did hurt right there. And now ClashMSTRS are relaxing. And I'm sure Arium, when he attacks last, is going to be kicking his feet up, and they have the lead. They have quite a bit of a lead right now. A 2-star advantage with 2 attacks to go. If you gave that lead to almost any pro team, they would take that in a heartbeat, and they would be feeling really good, especially against Strut. It's just not their war, and what happens is you have one off war, and that's going to really hurt your chances of advancing, and it looks like they might just get eliminated here from the Clash Masters.
And I think what's crazy is you're talking about a team that just came off of a 14-star war against Queen Walkers, and then a 15-star war, a perfect war against Marcus Gaming. So 14 and 15, and now they're already leaning down towards a potential 13-star war at this point. So that is crazy to think that ClashMSTRS has been saving these bases just for this occasion. Very smart thinking for them, and you know, very astute. Okay, so here we go. We've got Synthé in with the Skelly Donut. We've got the bats working along, helping to take down the multi in the center, and Skellies do take down the CC. So gets the value that he intends out of it, but not bringing the hogs. He's bringing the Lalo again.
He is bringing the Lalo. He does have one extra invisibility that he didn't have to use on the Clan Castle. So the Yeti comes down to the cannon. He does have a poison spell still. So he still is going to invest the poison for something. As the Queen's going to charge away into the Town Hall, he'll have another rage. He'll still have a handful of spells to use for potentially Lalo, as the Queen will be able to step in. Oh, will she lock on a Town Hall next? Part of the Wizard Tower. Ice Golem freezes. Town Hall's going to go down as the World Champ to the top side. But the enemy World Champion didn't go down. So the King got stopped in his tracks. He needs his RC with the ability to lock her onto her, but it doesn't look like it. Oh. Enemy RC stays up.
Yeah, Royal Champ's still there. That's going to be a bit problematic for this. Could it be what Strut needs? I don't think, as far as percent goes, it would be if it defends. Since they could potentially recover this Lalo, though we do have some obstacles. We've got the Air Sweeper to worry about. We do see the split, the Air Expo also firing away with nothing quite going for it, but we do have the Stone Slammer to come in, which I assume he would want to bring in down by the bottom side of the base where we have the multi to force the pathing along, and yes, indeed, that is where he brings it. It's where it gives him the most amount of value and protection for the loons as they start fizzling out.
Yeah, as the Stone Slammer is coming to the bottom, making its way into the multi. We got one haste left, but the sweeper up top is so much work. And the balloon to the scatter shot just takes the scatter down with 2 more balloons and a haste spell. So the Stone Slammer just opened up with a Dragon Rider. Haste those balloons down, but we have an Air Expo, Air Defense. The pathing is just not ideal for them. That Dragon Rider will get picked off with a single still up. And this is going to be a defense. And today is just not Cynthy's day. And, you know, definitely Cynthia is going to be saying, you know, thank you so much to my teammates for helping carrying me on this one. But, you know, there's so many other wars that Cynthia stepped up and was just so dominant. And this one just wasn't his day here.
Wow, 84% going for the 85, at least 85 with this minion on the storage. He's got a few more minions working through and a sneaky goblin. So he is going to get this percent higher. So this is not the percent factor defensively that Strut was hoping to see. Look at this, getting it close to the 90% mark with 4 seconds left to go. Absolutely impressive. And that's where it matters. You know, just because you're doing 2-star doesn't mean you give up here. You've got to give it your all to get the percent as high as possible. But for Strut, that is not enough. They need more than that. They're going to need something in the 70% range now to try and turn it around. And it was almost looking like that could wind up in the mid to high 70s, not even quite 80s, but he handled it perfectly for what went wrong. So let's see how this continues forward. MSE Sports, of course, as you can see by the scoreboard below, does still have one final attack left, and that's going to be Ariam. We'll see how comfortably he's sitting after this next attack to come through, because there still is some pressure on. But Ariam, I mean, he's like the man that we never see fail. I mean, we talk about that with LP. Like, there are certain players that just tend to always be that go-to. Like Yuta as the final hitter, he almost never fails. You have your go-to final hitters, and that's what they're doing in this case with Ariam, which I think is smart, because he's not going to feel the pressure on this one. But still need to see Mass come in, and I believe Ast with the final attacks as well. So let's see how they can go about this. Gets a Blizz in, going for that Town Hall, surrounding defenses as well. Just on the cusp there, you can see just dropping those invisibility spells to keep them going, and it's really all about timing. You have to keep trying to layer them over without wasting its ability. But he skips the expo.
Those super archers walked around the wall and somehow didn't get hit by the Town Poison. Did a little extra damage to that king. That's I was surprised there. I thought they were just going to step in the poison. But either way, with that blimp securing the Town Hall, and did quite a bit of damage to the clan castle, which is really nice. And he's got all these regular wall breakers because he took Sneaky Goblins and Oracaloon, so he couldn't take a super wall breaker. Charging this queen into the bottom side did wall break through, so he did get that value as the king and royal champion coming from the top side.
Yeah, so this king powering along through can pick up a lot for this. He's got the two hounds and the Lalo, which are going to have somewhat of an easy path with the opening into the Eagle if his heroes can make it in. With the queen on the outskirts, though, this relied on the king trying to work through. So he's going to have to start Laloing to get to that Eagle or get that royal champ to get it done. But it's the Lalo that's actually going to come in.
Man, those balloons are pulling quite a bit of traps here as he comes his way through the core and freezes up. Oh, look at that freeze. Up the Eagle, the multi, the sweeper, all together. That's a great freeze as the balloons are pathing their way through the back end scatter shot. And this is looking pretty good here for Mass. The biggest threat is this enemy queen, but the hound pulled some red air bombs here. Hang on. Luckily, that is a single target Inferno, which the minions pulled a few more red air bombs.
Yeah, looking okay, but this back end with the splash on the AD is the biggest contender here. Split is usually good for it, but this is giving the AD the opportunity to pick these loons off, and we can see the main pack getting shot down the Archer Tower. Like, that is the kiss of death. That final position there for Lalos, where you have the combination of the Wizard Tower, the Archer Tower, and an AD, will always be problematic. 20 seconds is not enough to get this done, and the Warden and Electro Owl and minions are not enough as well.
Wow. Another defense for MSE Sports, and yeah, this one's definitely going to secure it here for MSE Sports as they pull away with a 2-star, and they will be victorious and knocking out Strut. Not only, like, there's no lower bracket after this, there's no, like, triple bracket, right? It's not triple elimination, it's double elimination. And Strut, this would be their second loss. They already lost Queen Walkers, which pushed them down to lower bracket. They defeated Marcos Gaming, but it looks like they're not going to be able to get past MSE Sports. And that's really interesting here, as that just shows that if you have one bad war, anyone can win. But MSE Sports still is a really good team, and they can take on anyone and defeat anyone at any day. So it's just, let's see what the next attack from Ariam's going to be. My guess is going to be his classic Blizzard Lalo.
I hope so. And I hope that we see the socks again. Maybe he's changed the socks. No socks.
Oh, he's got Scully. It's a...
Yeah.
Oh, it's that
I feel
Lalo.
like he's...
Okay.
Yeah. And he's switching
no
locations here.
Yeah.
Okay,
goes down with the queen to the top. Gonna slowly path this queen towards the town hall here. And will she make her way in, or is she gonna walk to the edge and go for the mortar? I feel like she would walk into the other storage. Yep, okay, she should path her way to the town hall. That should be safe. as he uses a skeleton spell on the far left side to distract the enemy royal champion to help grab that value, as the king can continue his path technically to the sweeper, but the yak is working on the archer tower over the left.
Yeah, which it's going to help out a little bit, but this Royal Champ really needs to get on par, get into that scatter shot. No skellies to distract her, so looking good so far. King's going to actually lure the CC and hold its focus, which gives more value to this Royal Champ. Able to use the invisibility spell to extend what we can get out of her, and that King has gone the distance. This is absolutely lovely so far, but still a lot to Lalo.
Indeed, a lot to Lalo, as the eagle is at the bottom side. That's typically where you would want to start a Lalo, but he doesn't. He starts from the opposite side straight into the enemy queen because he wants to path and take that enemy queen down as fast as possible. Where's your headhunters? Oh, I feel like those are a little late headhunters here. Pops the ward ability to protect them as he passes away into the middle multi. Or not the middle multi, the right side multi, because we do have that multi by the clan castle, which will be a problem as the stone slammer looks like it's going to come around, but the eagle locks out a huge clump of the balloons.
Yeah, locking through, but you know what he's done? He's gotten the 2-star that's needed in order to get them through this. This is, with, you know, percentage-wise, and is it actually going to be the 3-star? This is looking like it's going to finish off strong with what he has left over. That Rocket Loon taking the lead, no splash to worry about. This is a done deal. And this means for ClashMSTRS, look at that. He is celebrating for it. He knows they're moving on to the finals, advancing with the Queen Walkers. This means we will get to see them on Sunday. You and Itsu will be casting them alongside Queen Walkers, but we still don't know who's going to be joining them because we have Group B to go through tomorrow, which is going to be intense and, of course, exciting. So we do still have one final attack left to go, but it's done deal. ClashMSTRS proving their power in not only their attacks, but in their defenses. They have outplayed Strut today and have won their position coming in. The question is for Queen Walkers and for ClashMSTRS is where they'll wind up as far as the prize pool goes, because we've got that $10,000 first place prize on the line, of course, and that won't be determined until the finals. But we do know that Strut's going to be walking away with $750 as 7th and 8th place do walk away in that position. So although there might be other matches that determine that factor there. So we'll have to wait and see. But this is definitely something that Strut is in the 5th, 6th position. So that's going to put them a little bit higher up in the bracket to make those earnings. So, I mean, it's not a bad place to be in. Is it what they wanted? Absolutely not. You're talking about a team that went, they won two of the 3 first golden tickets, and we're in the 2nd, and there's not many more to go. We still have the SPS mobile challenge. And we've got one other that we still don't know about. And then it's all pandemonium. So this is going to be tough for Strut. So let's see if Fast can finish it off strong.
There's a lot of teams that are watching this that are definitely keeping their eyes that want their own golden ticket that are going to be competing as well. But let's see if Ash can finish this off on a high note for Strut, as the Sneaky Goblins do take out the Town Hall with Yetis and regular wall breakers towards that Eagle Artillery. And I didn't even notice the army. He's got the Yetis and Super Wizards here. Okay. Let's go, Ash. What is he going to do here as he just comes all the way from the opposite side?
Isn't this what we saw coming in from like Cutie Fen or something? Wasn't this like their main attack strategy that we saw? There was one team in particular that was coming in with this like non-stop. And it actually did really well. So surprising to see Ast coming in with this. I wonder if they've been practicing it. I did say that they have been very versatile in what they've been doing, so they can be unpredictable, but sometimes that actually doesn't mean good things, because you know, if you have teams where you are well versed in the type of attacks that you do, that could add a benefit. So far, getting through the core of the base, still has a queen alive.
Wow. Wait, what?
Yeah, and there's no healers keeping this going, and Bat's coming in for the cleanup.
What's left of the space? There's no splash. Ash, this was a look at this hit. He doesn't even need free spells for him. This is absolutely crushing. Like, you think and you look, you're like, okay, well, there's not much left in the army. It's like dying off. But no, he has so much left because of the bats that will absolutely just crush through the rest of this. Absolutely amazing. Well done to Strut here, but unfortunately, it was the other two attacks for Strut that fell short, and you know he's not happy. And they're only going to finish with, oh, it's unfortunate, with the 12 stars, and they're going to lose 14-12, and Strut is eliminated. MS Esports is going to advance, and Strut is going to have to try to find another way to try to win a golden ticket.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for them, but we have exciting stuff to come, not only on Sunday with Queen Walkers and MS Esports coming through, but we have exciting matches tomorrow as well. So look at this, 14-12. Your prediction, it wasn't as close. MS Esports coming in. I mean, like these bases definitely have to be praised for holding off Strut the way they did after a 14 and 15-star performance. So you have to give huge kudos, especially because they also bumped up their offense. They had the 13 stars. But why don't we take a look at the brackets again for the day? We can see where we finished off and where the day went. So of course, Queen Walker Stephanie ran through the top upper bracket, made it into the finals, taking down Strut, taking down MS Esports. Then we had MS Esports, who took down Marcos Gaming to get into that lower bracket final, and Strut had to face off against Marcos Gaming, where Strut now was ultimately defeated, and MS Esports are absolutely satisfied that they will advance on to the finals, and waiting in the sidelines to see who they're going to face off against tomorrow for the finals as well.
Yeah, maybe we can show Group B that we're going to be having tomorrow, because these are the teams that are going to try to join Queen Walker Stephanie and MS Esports, as we have Fatang taking on Vanguard Gaming and QDefend taking on Bazinger. And please let us know in chat, who do you think the two teams from this group will advance to join Queen Walker's MS Esports? We want to know. We want to be like, okay, are your predictions going to be correct? Or will they be wrong like my prediction of the last four with the score was completely wrong? But what a set of wars that we had here today, from 14 stars to perfect wars to upsets, and just some teams not able to get it done, and low scoring ones as well. Man, Lady B, it's been an absolute pleasure, but it's been insane, and I cannot wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow. I'm definitely going to be on the sideline watching, as you're going to be casting with Itsu. I will be doing it on Sunday, but oh man, wow.
Yeah. I'm very excited for tomorrow. See what we have going on. Of course, joined by Itsu, get to switch it up a little bit. And then I'm going to be chilling in the hot tub watching you and Itsu cast the final. So, I mean, you guys do all the hard work. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to sip on a nice lemonade and watch these incredible finals. But I got to give a huge shout out to the teams today for their performances. It's not easy to play. We saw Marcos Gaming, who we know has been a strong contender. We've seen Strut, also a strong contender, not making it through, but a huge congratulations and shout out to MS Esports, to Queen Walkers, who do advance on. We've got to give a huge shout out to our production team, of course, Tasty Bacon, you know, and Supercell for helping to make this happen. And of course, my wonderful co-host here, we've got Carbon Finn, who always makes it a pleasure. And thank you to you guys for tuning in, for hanging out, and for having fun with us today. So we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place, just a little different switch up here.
Yes.